There we go. Hello! Made it just before the 10-minute mark. Now, I'm using Google Play Games now. So is it loud? Is it too loud? Hello! Hey, Lisa. Trying to adjust volumes. The music's a bit loud. Gotcha, gotcha. Hopefully that's a bit better. We can lower it a bit here as well. There we go. Alrighty. There's a lot to go over because I opened Arknights and I saw this and I'm like, what? Oh wait, what's this? Okay, nothing special. But yeah, no, day 2 of 5, day 1 of 5. Okay, so this is day 1. I am doing good. Haven't already missed a day. Yay. Okay. I will not be pulling on the banner. But I did receive a whole bunch of crap for logging back in. Which is wild. Look at this! You get a free 6-star? Of its, out of these 6, I only own Exia, so gonna wait till I get the other 4 of them, and then I'll just pluck the fifth one out. The other 4 of them, and then I'll just pluck whoever's left over out of that one. But also this, which is very interesting. I don't know what this does. I've never had one of these before. And also, I have a 10 roll headhunting for this, and a free 1 roll headhunting that I'm not using here because I need to save it for Marseille. And probably Pepe. I don't know if I'm gonna pull a Marseille and Pepe. I might have to whale. I don't want to whale. I really don't want to whale. But yeah, no, because I believe the upcoming 6-star limitedness is because we got Pepe, and then we got Marseille, and then Lapland. Lapland, there should be a good gap between Marseille and Lapland, I think. But there won't be much gap between Pepe and Marseille. And I need pulls for Marseille because I'm not taking chances on that. So, if it comes to it, I don't know what I'm going to do. Right. What else do I need to show you? Oh, right. No, 10 roll headhunting. Is this someone I need? I have Ifrit and Siege. That is fair. In fact, I have all of these except Tsuki. I think. Do I have Croissant? Do I have her? I do. Do I not have her? No, this was the one that you needed to buy the thing for, isn't it? Who is the other one? It was Ifrit, Croissant, and Gummy? Was it Gummy? Hang on. Am I crazy? I don't think it was Gummy. No. KFC collab. Arknights. KFC collaboration. It was Exia, right. I do have her. Where is she? There she is. I have her outfit, right? No, I didn't get either of them. Well, I know I have Ifrit's one because she's wearing it right now. Sorry, that just reminded me of that. Okay. Right. I'm contemplating on whether I should buy this. Tally! Hi, Tally! But goodness, do I want to buy this? But also this, and this, and this, they're all so good. I'm not a big fan of sagas. This one's interesting. That's kind of nice. Oh, right, I want this one too. Shit. Well, I already bought this one. Tali. Okay, fine. I'll take more drinks. Hang on. Let me finish my whole drink bottle. There you go, half a liter. Are you happy with yourself? I will be back with more water. The VIP is now 100k because I need to save it, and also I needed to make space for the make me play a game one because I put that there. Because the game switch is just you make me switch to a game that I'm already playing. Make me play a game is you get to pick any game. Okay, if it's a gacha, I will do one stream. If it's not a gacha, I will play the whole game. It has to be on the list, though. Ace Attorney 2, then? I'm gonna play that anyway, Tali. I'm gonna play that anyway at some point. I just want to finish some of the games that I've already started, like Monster Hunter. Hang on. What was I thinking? Oh, right. My alarm just went off, so I should probably take my meds now before we start anything. And I need to reset my... It's not already Thursday. No, it's just telling me that the timer is for Thursday. No. I need it to be for Sunday. There we go. Okay. Meds time. Come here. Gladius skin. No, I prefer... My favorite skin here is hers. Always take your meds unless they make your Oh. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Or do I know what you're talking about? I might not know what you're talking about. But also this, and like this, and like, and this. So there are some pretty nice skins. I already have this one, of course. Okay. Arknight skins are pretty much all good. I mean, yeah. That's why I'm broke. I only have 35 left, and I have to save some of that for Marseille and... Is it Chilchuck? I don't remember which one of them gets the outfit. Hang on. Let me check. Delicious on Terra. Oh, is her outfit free through the store? No. Her outfit is... Oh my god, there are so many new outfits and they're all pretty. No! Okay, the only crossover one is Marcille as far as I can tell. Okay, Marcille... Wait, no! Wait, no! Oh no. Oh no, there are 5 crossover outfits! There are 5 crossover outfits! I'm gonna go broke! I'm gonna go so broke! Ah! All of them are crossover! Oh no! Wind Chimes, Irene, Cruz, and Lightsy. Achievement Star Collection, Achievement Star Collection, Achievement Star Collection. Yun series new arrivals. Okay. And what is Marcille's listed as then?
Why are you ignoring me?
Okay, no. The other 3 aren't the other ones aren't crossovers. They're just saying that that's the event that they came out with. Right. I think. But god, I want Cruz's one too. Damn it. Arknights. Why? Anyway. That aside, we should start the event. New operators. I'm going to be getting Underflow, but I'm not going to pull for the other 2. Not yet. Not unless I get... Okay. Emergency... What have we got in here? Oh! Okay, so that's nice. Okay, I need at least this. I want Underflow's tokens. I want this. I want the polymerization preparations. I want the module data blocks. And if I can get at least that, I'll be happy. Because I normally don't. Underflow is 4. Okay, that's good to know. Alrighty. Metal set details. Obtain Underflow. Spend thingies. Complete all stages with 3-star ratings. Oh, it's 9. Interesting. Complete all content in Conundra of the 𝍊🋼🍊🍊. Clear BP7 with a 3-star weight and charge the waterway beacon completely. BPEX3 and deploy operators on at least 3 separate X-crescent carapaces. Complete stages in fortified event on challenge mode. Clear BP8 with 3 stars and no more than 4 operators. What? Okay, I'll find that out. And defeat a total of 600 sea monster enemies. Okay. That is a lot. That is indeed a lot. Deploy beacons. Deploy bacons. And BPST1. Yeah, there we go. Tide Watcher. A hunter is walking on Seacoast Way. With homeland left a mile behind, his path lies ahead. From his forebears and children he was torn. Into the seas his lover was swept away, floating in the deep dead. A hunter is walking on a seacoast way. With homeland left a mile behind, they must lament and pray. There is no end to his path. The road ahead is shrouded in grey. A hunter returns by sea-coast way. His journey ended, his home close at hand. Sound of waves pass above the spray. Why do his feet disobey his command? Why ever does his heart still sway? Hello, Scotty. Been a while, Doctor. You were supposed to meet that chatty 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋, but you don't seem surprised to see me. You and Elysium are both roads operators. This is a lot closer to your homeland, after all. True. You're an hour later than Calcit estimated. I guess the Inquisition's review process is strict, even with an official notice from a saint. After only 3 months, nearly all of the town's residents have moved inland, aside from a few workers, replaced by lots of people from the penal battalion. They look pretty tense. They must be preparing for something. 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋 contacted Iberia a week ago. This forgotten town has become a lot less quiet since. Being surrounded by sea scum already lets the young soldiers on edge. Hearing 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋's voice only made it worse. When the undersea nation finally speaks, you have to listen. It demands a response, maybe caution. Turn left at the sculpture, and the sea is a quick 10-minute walk. We'll head straight to the Eye of Iberia. Say, Doctor, do you hear the sound of the waves? Skadi turns her head slightly into the sea breeze. Her hair dances in the wind, the same color as the shadows in her eyes. The layering has gotten complex. I hear the sound of stars drifting across the sky, the never-ending song of nature, and a language forever incomprehensible. 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋. I'm here. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. Did reconnecting with home put you on edge? Are you alright, Scotty? It's like I get nervous the closer I am. Never mind. It's hard to explain. Maybe I'm sleep deprived. Ever since our last voyage, I feel like I've inherited sharks' nightmares. Speaking of the sea, why did Dr. Calcit call you over so urgently? I don't remember you having anything to do with the ocean. I wouldn't recall even if I did, but it doesn't feel unfamiliar, at least. Not much of an answer. Right. I forgot about your condition. No wonder you gave such an answer. Oh well. I'm sure she had her reasons. Let's go. It'll be dark soon. I would take a step back if I were you. I need to shake myself dry. Hey there, Dr. Calcit. Not many people can attack us abyssal hunters. Did Swordfish tell you we'd be coming ashore here in advance? Elysium deployed a data collector in these waters. It's had a direct connection to the Eye of Iberia's central control system ever since its calibration. And it can already track underwater targets? That Lee Berry is not half bad. Am I to understand, then, that Rhodes Island and the Inquisition have deepened their ties? 1 week ago, the Undersea City contacted Iberia via a special comms frequency, informing them that Aega would be establishing a waterway between the Aega home territories and dry land. Should you come back just for this event, you don't want to completely miss Abyssal stuff? There's definitely quality of life. Just, if you do, try not to focus on your base too much, Lisa. I know that that's hard, but I think that's what's holding you back from really enjoying the game right now. In the face of such a grand project, Iberia could only gather intelligence through the Great Lighthouse's positioning system. Evidently, your position as chief designer of warfare did not afford you any knowledge of this. Tell Calcit what we've discovered, Shark. The captain and I have swum out to where the 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋 sunk 3 times now. Our last dive was only 10 days ago. The first time, we could still see the exploded wreckage on the seafloor. Under what little light filtered through from the surface, the gilded interior was more like a smudge of paint. But this time around, the entire thing had completely disappeared, replaced by a cluster of coral thrumming with life. I may be accustomed to dreaming, but that felt unreal even to me. That momentum to a lost civilization and its history stood for but a brief time. The 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋 has completely been claimed by the sea. Or to be precise, it's become part of a seaborne nest. Their environmental assimilation is accelerating at a frightening pace. But there was something even more noteworthy. We found traces of a battle. Recent ones. A completely barren patch of sea, lacking even marine snow. A warped and shattered stretch of seafloor clearly pockmarked by micro-singularities. Only the fleets of Aega's legions could be behind that. As a landwalker, Calcit, the knowledge of and interest you hold towards Aega are nothing less than extraordinary. Though separated by the boundless seas, Aega has always been a part of Terra. Regardless, Gladia and I have decided to head to that city. A risky decision, no doubt. Perhaps a tad. Considerably. As such, we hunters have been observing it for a while. Before our final operation, I attended a military conference between the Academy of Science and the Academy of Technology as the Abyssal Hunter's chief designer of warfare. Among the battle plans they drew up together, I do not recall anyone calling for a military stronghold to approach dry land with, nor any project involving waterways. Aega has, without a doubt, undergone great changes. Our contract with the home territories was completely severed after we slew 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋𝍊. It is difficult to determine the truth of the matter from the information we possess. Yet still hardly reason enough for you to return to Aega. I don't believe I'm the first to try and dissuade you either. Didn't your colleague already do so? Did you mean old Pionus? He would understand that the land holds no answers for us. We must return to the sea. If his strategy is to maintain a distance from Aega, then all the more reason for us to return in an official capacity. Ever since I awoke from my dream, the waves would tell me time and again that the lost should return home. The Abyssal Hunters must return. Very well, I understand. Then I'll go with you, Gladia. That would indeed be a rare opportunity for you. I will be representing more than myself on this visit. More than Rhodes Island, even. Iberia, as well. Even with all that you already bear, they would give you another burden? It was also my decision. Rhodes Island's cooperation with the Iberian Inquisition has only just begun, much like our own. Calcit stares at Gladia. The hunter's face remains devoid of expression. Even the blowing sea wind failed to crease it. After a short moment of silence, Gladia nods her head.
How many days has it been since we were contacted by the Aegir, Irene?
8, Su Santidad. And outside of the necessary deployments, meetings, and to rest, you've spent those 8 days here watching the sea. They haven't given us a concrete time frame for their next contact. I understand that you don't want to miss their next move, but...
Look at the sea before you, Irene.
The colours of the deep sea bubble up, nearly indistinguishable from one another. Against the vastness of the ocean's surface, the sky seems gloomy. The water crashes against the reef, whipping up waves several meters tall, their roars dashing against the small corner of the land.
By Iberian standards, an ocean without a hint of sea terror flesh is a gentle one, no matter how noisy it may be. An old friend of mine was once the most talented bard of the port. But after that grand port sank into silence, he fled north, past the starving masses to the Iberian interior, to the small town that would one day become the capital. I saw him kneeling by the broken town gates, weeping uncontrollably. From his weeping, the town obtained its new name. Perdonidora. Forgiveness has left us. However, what people needed at the time was not mourning, but consolation. Many prefer to use the shortened form, perdoni, forgiveness. And now, the last eye of Iberia, the final legacy of the Golden Age, shines bright once more. What do you think that signals, Irene?
Hope and determination.
Hope and determination, of course. Ah, youth. The determination in your eyes is brighter than Dario's when he was your age. Good, good. But those words, as inspiring as they are often not the fully correct answer. After half a century of being pushed back, our front is finally advancing. Soon, this will become the new center of the Inquisition. But at the same time, we must necessarily bear everything to the ocean, to Seaborn and Aegir alike. Iberia is stretched thin. This country can no longer hide its exhaustion and sickness. It is a simple fact, plain for all to see. And there is another fact to consider. We can retreat no further.
It's the boy! Look at the boy! Look at him with his cute outfit. Damn, that's pretty. Can I have that outfit? Can I have him have that outfit? Can I please? Can I please? Maestro, it's been a while. Donna Irene. Should I be pronouncing this Donya? Because I feel like I shouldn't. Doña Irene. Indeed it has. Those clothes suit you. Thank you. Right. There's been an emergency. The lighthouse just picked up signals of unknown origin. They seem to be coming from not the sea, but the sky. Yordi, I think we can already see them. Carmen and Irene are fixated on the distant sky. The young clerk follows suit. He freezes on the spot. They see a school of fins soaring through the sky. What are they?
Bionic drones. The islanders brought similar creations to land all those years ago.
The matrix of drones crosses the sea in the blink of an eye, matching the height of the towering lighthouse. One separates itself from the formation and slowly hovers before the three. Its wings open and close like fins, like a speck of light dancing in the void, and soon after an amiable and charismatic female voice resounds from it. People of Iberia, do not be alarmed. 𝍊🋼🍊 greets you. I am Clementia, a technology consul of our Institute of Societal and Administrative Supervision. Carmen holds his lantern aloft, looking serenely at the drone before him. Two completely different forms of light face each other, as though in a dialogue between the two civilizations, or a confrontation.
Saint Carmen I, Iberia, of the Iberian Inquisition. I believe this is the first official communication between our nations.
Indeed.
You speak our tongue as well as any Iberian.
I installed an Iberian language module before leaving the home territories. I hope you'll forgive me if I ever use the wrong expression. Moreover, forgive me for having to contact you in this form, Sir Iberia.
We have no objections to your appearance, Madam Consul. I only regret that it has taken us so long to begin this conversation. Despite your so-called waterway project being more than half complete and close at hand, we Iberians find ourselves in complete ignorance of it.
To make amends, we'd like to invite your envoys to visit our city. 𝍊🋼🍊 respects the efforts of Iberia the efforts Iberia has made when you were caught up in the seaborne crisis.
Caught up in? Do you mean to say that everything Iberia has faced was merely the aftermath of your crisis?
I do. Let's not be tied down by formalities, sir. We recognize the power of language. Your name itself, Carmen I, Iberia, is a symbol. Carmen I, Iberia, is a symbol of courage and valor. This is why we came to you. We hope that by reaching an accord with Iberia and the other terrestrial nations, we will be able to create a waterway that links directly to land. No, if he DC'd from call. I hope you're okay. Maybe she just forgot to deactivate the thing with her alarm again. We will clear the stretch of sea between 𝍊🋼🍊's home territories and the land, so as to facilitate our forces coming ashore. Good. You should. Try to get some sleep soon, love.
I hope I need not remind you what sending an army to another nation's borders implies on land.
Given the enormity of the oncoming threat, we will exhaust every means at our disposal to resist it. I am more than willing to come explain to you in person if necessary, but it would be easier for you to understand the situation if you were to join us in the depths. The fleets of our legions 8 and 10 are patrolling and suppressing the seaborne in these waters. They will soon escort you to our city of Miliarium. This drone formation will continue to notify you of any nearby combat or environmental changes until you have safely arrived at the city. There may be unprecedented disaster brewing beneath the waves. Sir Inquisitor, I worry that though the earth is vast, It is but an isolated island. The lights of Drain Matrix cut out, putting a stop to their sudden communication. The sea breeze continues to blow as the old man slowly lowers his lantern. A waterway that links directly to land. She is eloquent, but...
Arrogant, no doubt. A haughty adult wielding a weapon, loath to use finesse when dealing with an unarmed child. Irene, inform our cooperation partners of this most recent communication. Calcit has already agreed to serve as Iberia's envoy. The Abyssal Hunters should also have made their decision by now, considering they've always had reservations about the waterway program.
Right away. I'll also keep the other Inquisitors in 𝍊🍆abreast of the situation. I've made a recording of your entire conversation with Aga, Maestro. Please, take a look. As for whether you approve of me going...
I recall you submitted your application a week ago. Yes. Since the Aga fleet is on their way now, I was wondering if...
Oh, wrong voice. Yes, since the Aga fleet was on their way now, I was wondering if...
Never hesitate when you've already made up your mind. It only makes you less persuasive.
When I was younger, Uncle Tiago was always wondering about me. He'd tell me, Yordi, you should leave 𝍊🍆, leave Iberia. But he never told me where to go. Aga was always my homeland under the sea, but I had no way of approaching it. I've never heard the voice of Aga or seen its cities, but now it's so close.
The Inquisition has approved your application, Yordi Fontanarossa. You will serve as an envoy of Iberia and accompany Irene and Calcit to the Aga city.
Thank you, Maestro.
Don't thank me. This isn't a reward. Your work since joining the Inquisition has not been particularly good. I chose Irene because she has already readied herself, even going as far as to renounce her long-standing faith. And I chose you because you are still bewildered and frustrated. Your weakness will consume you. Joining the Inquisition was a test. Returning to your homeland is another.
I understand.
This is the deepest part of the trench. They hollowed out its sides to make their nest. That's why we never noticed it before, despite circling this place several times. Yes, I smell it too. This scent. After destroying the ocean's native ecosystem, the Seaborn have created a new one that serves only them. A comprehensive Seaborn ecosystem, where once it only existed in an oceanic abyss. Return, 𝍊🍆. I will carry on alone. The entire continental shelf has changed. I must know who churned these waves. Tell the night to continue the hunt. We will not be parted for long.
Ulpianus swims into the nest. He chooses not to use stealth. Luminescent vegetative Seaborn light up every corner of the nest. There is nowhere to hide in the first place. Atop of sets of spiraling blades, minute and curiously shaped organisms sleep, or perhaps drift along. The rocks of the seafloor cannot be seen. The fine tendrils of the Nethersea brand slowly sway into the current, catching fragments of organic matter, They weave together into thick mats, drowning out any sound that Ulpianus makes. He can sense changes in his own body. His consciousness extends, and his body relaxes, as though every cell in his body is trying to respond to something. He is clearly an invader, but the entire lair blooms in response to him. Ulpianus. Kin. Ulpianus is nearly able to see through the approaching Seaborn's translucent body. He waits for it to spit out its clumsy words about preying or being preyed on by him. But nothing comes. The Seaborn thinks about his thoughts. Finally, you have traveled far. Here, sufficient nutrients. Shed your cumbersome flesh. Return, grow, migrate. For you I was born, Ulpianus. Only for you. I untangle your doubt. I guide you. Return to the embrace of we many.
Why did you migrate? Where will you go?
You still waver, Ulpianus. You must know we many kin. You must know. The Genesazoic will soon awaken. The Genesazoic must return. A new cycle. Develop the ocean. Leave the ocean.
The Genesazoic will awaken. Leave the ocean?
We many see a new path ahead. We hurry.
What connection is there between you and the affairs of the city?
Well, that gave me nothing. I have no clue what's going on. I wish I knew what was going on. So, they're trying to connect Ager to the land. Makes sense, I guess. That would be useful. I can see that being useful. I don't understand what the Seaborn want. I don't understand at all. They just want to assimilate everything. I get that, but like, clearly they aren't intelligent? Or rather, like, how do I put this? They seem to lack understanding that there are obstacles in their way. Anyway, first contact. Let's use... Hang on. Actually, you know what? Can I use this? No, I can't. Okay. Seeing as I don't have to care too much about what I'm using, about who I'm using, I'm going to use Click, Estelle. I'm trying to remember. Click, Estelle, Luto, Jackie, Xiaohei, Chestnut. I'm trying to single out the operators that I don't have max trust with. Jay. I think I still don't have max trust with Ethan. Deep color maybe? And that might be it. I don't think it is many that I'm missing trust with. Maybe Quartz. And Rope. I think that would be it, and then I'll just take a Vanguard. Okay. Of course.
Hello, Doctor.
Thanks, game. Okay. I'm always cheering on the sweetheart. Thank you. Wait, it's day 2 of 5, but there are 7 rewards here. What's up with that? Now, no, we've already seen all of this. Let's do my trust taps. Okay, let's see who I had correct. I can check it more easily here. Yep. Who, like... Oh, I don't have... That's a 3? Damn it. Okay. Okay, 4. There you go, Sidosk. I'm sure I'll get another 4 at some point. Alrighty. Let's see. Grab that. Go back in. Oh wait, I just said that I should check the... Hang on. Wow. Okay. Who do I have in here? Jackie, Xiaohei, 𝍊𝑋𝑼𝍊𝑋𝑼𝑗ay, Estelle. And then if I sort by trust, Luto, Aren, Rope, Ethan. Is that it? Okay, so not Quartz. Huh. Luto, Aren. Okay. Luto, Aren, Ethan.
Hello, Doctor.
Okay. Squads. Sort. So, click. Aren. Oh no, click's done. I think. Yeah, click's done. Aren isn't. It was Aren. I'll take Myrtle. Estelle. Right. Mato? No, Mato's done. Looter, definitely. Deep color, Ethan, J, Jackie, Xiaohei, Rope. I think if I do that, then I do this. I can't do that. Damn. Hang on, it's 9. 9 of them. So do 1, do 2, do 3, do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that was bad. Yeah. 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 My throat is not in the right spot for this. Yeah. 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 There we go. That was a little better. Okay. Deploy beacons, click, click. I should really change it to say nya for a minute. You love dedicated streamer meow button? Actually, you know what? I'm going to do that now. I'm going to change the name of the redeem so that it makes more sense and I don't just give you one terrible one. Doop de doop. Stop. Where is it? Manage. Here we go. So, edit. There we go. I've edited them. Let's see. Okay, no, that's a bit too long. I'll just do it like that. There we go. That has been changed now. What am I missing? I have a defender. I have 4 guards and 3 specialists. Oh, this is going to be great. I'll take a sniper and a caster? Let's take caper and pudding.
I'm being assigned to combat? Just give me a bit more time to get ready. I can do this.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Based on geological conditions, it's a promising volcano, but the location is less than optimal. It would be difficult to establish a lengthy energy transportation pipeline while fending off seaborne attacks. Did you read the Academy of Technology's report? Hydrogen from seawater can be used to maintain operation of the Legion fleet, but it would be difficult to guarantee uninterrupted energy supply to the beacon. It alone accounts for half of the entire city's energy consumption. It used to be much worse. Our ancestors had to design a bioenergy system for it, maintained through the joint effort of a dozen cities. In this day and age, a system like that would be attacked by the Seaborn before it could even be activated. Regardless, we need a way to ensure power supply for the beacon. Oh, is that the other one? Yes. Regardless, we need to find a way to ensure power supply for the beacon. Maybe Uppius would know a way. Let me get in. Oh! Did you forget? He's still in the home territories, and our cities are under radio silence. We can't exactly lay fiber optic cables like we used to either, what with all the seaborn out there. Thank you for your contribution, Unlucky. I miss the days when we could get anyone in the country on a holographic call whenever we wanted. Wait, what if we modified the output mode of the energy converter? Conclusion. Throw more batteries into the sea. Correct. That would definitely not be dangerous.
We have extremely limited experience in this area. There's always a safety risk.
With you in charge of the cognitive link, I believe the risk is reasonable.
Well, I'm glad you're that confident in me, but I'm not. Who knows what an extended conversation via cognitive link with our transformed countrymen would do to both our minds.
There's been plenty of research into this. We'll be good as long as you keep a steady hand. Yes, it will be dangerous, just not for us.
Even in the home territories, there are few cases of transformed citizens being granted a final interview. Most are simply euthanized. Consul Clement, his ideas are radical as always. Which is exactly why I followed her here.
What am I looking at? By sorting through the threads of reason via conversation, we can grant them a chance to leave a final trace of their sapience in this world. And what better way to send them off than with a stimulating debate? Sadly, most of the survivors the Sea Patrol brings back are already transformed beyond recognition. Precious few have the opportunity to return to the city to receive a final interview.
Say. We're witnessing history unfolding here, aren't we?
Or maybe we're just doing our jobs. I trust that the Institute of Development Planning's faith in you is not misplaced. Make your preparations.
Thanks. See you in the isolation chamber.
Excuse me.
What the? A catastrophe? Under the sea?
Taken by surprise, the young man loses balance and falls, but an even stranger sight stifles his cry of surprise. He sees the passers-by float into the air, swimming through it like fins through water, paying little heed to the swaying city below. As things return to normal, some land and walk away, continuing their conversations like nothing had happened, while others continue to swim forward through the air. He recalls the Ager rituals that the people of 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋 had told him about when he was little. Get up, Yordi. Right. Doña Irene? Next time you go out, remember to put on the device that the Sea Patrol gave us when we landed yesterday. Right. I remember that from the briefing videos. Which one was it again? The fourth one. The technicians at the port reminded me. They make regular adjustments to the gravity settings as part of what it takes to maintain the low-gravity environment of Millenarium. They said it's like a fin adjusting its swim bladder.
So you went to tour the port?
Yes. I was interested in their ships and docks, their weapons, those massive ships that sail like foul beasts through reefs and cliffs. I saw traces of the 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋 in them. 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋 really did recreate Ager technology in Iberia, perhaps. Perhaps we should have sailed our proud armada out into the vast oceans, rather than parading our gold-gilded ships along the coasts as a deterrent to those dukes and pashas. 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋. You look nervous, Yordi. So nervous that you missed the point entirely.
I'm just feeling a little out of place. This place is stranger than I imagined. The air is thick and heavy. The ocean above my head sends a chill up my spine, and the glowing plants along the streets make me dizzy. Plus what happened just now. Physical discomfort I can deal with, but there are so many oddities here that I can't even begin to understand yet. The briefing videos Ager provided were very detailed, but there's still so much that I couldn't comprehend, even after rewatching them so many times.
Food moves on its own without a fork. Clothes clean themselves without having to be removed. These things make sense, kind of. But edible sagas? Crunchy theorems? I can't wrap my head around those. The best I can do for now is print out one of those emergency nutrition supply devices. All my life I've known nothing but Gran Faro. Is this what it's like to? No, it's not quite like an Iberian from a backwater village seeing the capital for the first time. Not that the city of gold still exists. The difference here isn't one between a small town and a metropolis, but almost between two entirely different civilizations. I tried to ask someone for directions, but couldn't understand what they were saying, or whether I was being rude to interrupt. I don't even know how they see me, an Aga in name only. I have my concerns too. You're worried too? You of all people know what Iberia did to the Aga after the profound silence. We don't know what kind of country Aga is, how its people view that period of bloodshed, or how they view me, an emissary with blood on her hands. But you didn't. I'm here representing the Iberian Inquisition. I've seen the files on the slaughters. Each report on its own may be thin, but in aggregate, we committed many injustices while cleansing the influence of the Church of the Deep, and the islanders were the most affected. I still believe the Inquisition was in no position to be lenient, not when the country itself teetered on the brink. It was our collective decision that we should go to any lengths to ensure the nation's survival in a time of extraordinary crisis. But that does not lessen our crime. Take a breathe for a second. I don't believe you need to worry about that. Oh! Growing a massive vesicle to resist a blast from Class 3 weaponry, and covering the retreat of the other Seaborn into the depths of the trench. How is it even possible for biological tissue to be made to resist the forces of a microsingularity? The Sea Patrol brought back tissue. How should I say it? The Sea Patrol brought back tissue samples. They've already been sent to your lab through the transport tubes. At least they haven't developed a collective resistance to the Class 3 weaponry like they have for Classes 1 and 2. The performance of Class 3 weaponry is demonstrably superior. But even more concerning is that an individual Seaborn has evolved measures specifically to counter it. They're more organized than before. You've been analyzing the Seaborn's adaptation to various weaponry ever since Militarium set sail. Did you already foresee this? Advisor Blandus. To an extent, but we need more time to confirm our theories. Thank you, Secunda. Your reports are always so detailed I dare not blink for the fear of missing something. Little Handy, get me some eye drops. Ignore that command, Little Handy. Just a bad joke. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I need to speak to the technicians about the damage suffered by our ships. I'd rather you stay just a while longer, unless you're hurrying to get some rest after work. Isn't it somewhat ironic, considering you've also received numerous health warnings but haven't seen a doctor yet? Very well. Still, I'd appreciate it if you could hear me out. It won't take long. I just need to confirm something. Have you read Gladia's report? I have. Then you should know about 𝑍�𝋼𝋼𝑋. I thought you'd at least show some sort of reaction. Of course I'm concerned about the reappearance of the Abyssal Hunters after 5 years of silence, especially when the waterway program is at a key juncture, and Ulpianus's unusual activities are of particular note. He clearly made contact with Gladia's group and is aware of Miliarium, but has made no attempt to re-establish communications with Aegar. Meanwhile, we've heard from our Iberian sources that he's also declined to work with Iberia. He may be proud, arrogant even, but he is no fool. He must have his reasons for acting alone. Regardless, I intend to find out where he is and what he is planning.
That utilitarianism, that impatience, he's rubbed off on you. We'd hoped you'd be better than that, but I can only pray your decision-making will be more prudent while tracking him. Nevertheless, I have faith that you'll keep me updated on his whereabouts.
What are you talking about, Advisor Blundus? Neither of us is part of the Abyssal Hunter program anymore. You're the weapons technology advisor for the waterway program now. Aren't utilitarian, impatient decisions the usual business in your field? Apologies. And shouldn't you be getting information about Ulpianus from Miliarium's official sources? Why involve me?
Of course. Just a momentary lapse in judgment. I can't fault you for carrying out your duty as Prefector of the Sea Patrol. But I ask that you remember what Ulpianus did for us, for Aegar.
Yes, speaking. What, missing? I'm on my way.
Who's missing?
One of the technicians on the waterway program has gone AWOL. And you are? Arvitus, from the Institute of Prehistoric Studies, Academy of Science. We study the documents and artifacts of the prehistoric civilization. Irene, emissary of the Iberian Inquisition. Jordi Fanarts. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. And don't worry, I didn't come to lecture you. I simply felt it was my duty as a citizen of Aegar to free our land-bound friends from their needless concerns. Needless concerns? What I mean to say is, Aegar understands that Iberia took measures proportionate to the extraordinary nature of the times. We can find similar periods in our own history, or even that of the glorious prehistoric civilization. The exclusion of outsiders as a necessary means of maintaining social order appears to be an inevitable step in the progress of civilization. Besides, we welcome our displaced countrymen to return to the sea, just as we respect the decision of those who have opted to leave. The consequences of their choices belong only to them. I appreciate Aegar's magnanimity, Avitus, but the consequences they suffered were... No, it's nothing. Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Mr. Avitus, our land-born guests, please be informed that this area has been designated for investigation. You are advised to proceed to another area unless you have unresolved matters here. A Hand of the Saint. The Penal Battalion used them to clean up Seaborn reference, but I never knew they could talk. Apparently our people who brought them to land did not have time to demonstrate their full capabilities. Multi-purpose support equipment, commonly known as a little handy. They currently offer 972 different function modules, excluding obsolete ones. One can sometimes tell their affiliation just by looking at the parts and paint job. This one, for example, belongs to the Sea Patrol. Should I reply? We're very sorry, little handy, sir. That would be unnecessary. It may be equipped with a voice, but that doesn't mean it's intelligent. I assumed that with your technology, maybe. It's true that the topic of simulated personalities has fascinated many a researcher. The first attempt was created 230 years ago, and continues to operate to this day. In fact, I can put in an application for you if you wish to talk to it. However, whether from the perspective of neuroscience, psychology, sociology, or anthropology, simulated personalities have proven to be rather disappointing in terms of their benefits to research. Perhaps I've gone off topic, though. In short, they've remained the stuff of niche research, and we do not consider them suitable for widespread application. The goal of all technological development is to empower humanity. What purpose is there in turning a machine into a human? I see. Fascinating. You said this little handy belonged to the Sea Patrol. Only they would fit such powerful loudspeakers into one when quieter means of communication are available. I suppose you could consider it retro. What sort of organization are they? Do they frequently undertake such investigations? The Sea Patrol is part of our legions. They perform a supporting role in combat, as well as regular reconnaissance, patrol, security, and disaster response duties. Emergency sweeps like this are rare, but with the waterway program at such a critical moment, it's only reasonable for them to be at high alert. Little Handy, am I allowed to remain here? It is not recommended, but not forbidden. Then I'll wait here. I'd like a chance to speak to the Sea Patrol. Very well. And you, Yordi? I'll be going. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not. There's a limit to what I can answer outside of my speciality, though. Perhaps I could show you to a place better suited for such a conversation. The Sophon Theatrum. Did you sleep well, Doctor? You seem a little haggard. It's the air pressure and humidity. Yes, the Aegis seem to have retained some of their aquatic traits. Are you not feeling well? Just a little short of breath. Is it serious? Kinda, yeah. Let me know if you feel any discomfort. Besides? To be frank, I thought there may be another reason for your reaction. Does anything about Aega or the depths of the ocean seem familiar to you? A little, but no, not here. So you do remember something. Sorry, I can't remember anything else. It's okay, just try to relax, Doctor. Seeing the Preserver has inevitably hastened the pace at which you recall the truth, even though I had hoped you would not touch upon what you'd forgotten so quickly. No one knows when your path of suffering will end, not even yourself. In that, we are all powerless. What we do know is that you've had an encounter with the Abyss. The ocean is yet another path to your past, and we are finally upon it. Do I detect satisfaction? Yes. I have wanted to set foot in Aega countless times. Until now I have waited on the shore and drifted on the waves. I have witnessed lighthouses in the Armada turn from ideas to reality. Bregan had never given up on re-establishing communication with Aega through such means. But all his efforts ended in failure. Aega never welcomed home their prodigal son, much less opened their doors to outsiders. But now, they are even more eager to cooperate than I had anticipated. We need no longer waste efforts to persuade a proud and aloof giant. I can't deny feeling happy about that. You don't look particularly happy. Is there something else troubling you? I'm afraid there is. Aga's proactive stance indicates that they have a plan for making contact with the land. But even the most moderate of their measures may seem too radical for land-bound civilization. A single gesture of goodwill could cause a massive storm. We should intervene as soon as possible. The Abyssal Hunters are a good entry point. The Hunters' situation warrants concern too. To Aga, they are neither emissaries nor guests. Having participated in the most radical project in Aga's history, and to come back to life after being declared dead for 5 years, I worry their return home could only cause trouble. Controversy? You're back. Where's Gladia? A somewhat troublesome fellow called her away. I thought your priority upon returning would to get checked up. What could possibly be more urgent? No idea. But once Gladia's done with her interview, I guess Scotty and I are going to do some stupid checkup. Swordfish and I are fine. Shark's changes might be a little problematic. Does Aga understand neuropathy? I read some medical papers before I underwent the surgery. Even back then they had advanced knowledge of medulla regeneration and replacement. They should be able to help her. You needn't worry, Doctor. I've inspected myself in the mirror on that great ship. On returning, those endless dreams still creep up on me like bubbles, but they've also become as light as bubbles. Besides, I feel like I'd have more regrets about losing those dreams. But for now, I'm as lucid as I've ever been, and luckily for you, I'm even in the mood to take you on a tour of the city. Interested? Let's go! The tour of the city is the first map? What? That seems strange.
As long as we achieve our goals, it doesn't matter if the process is a little rough, huh?
The what? Unicellular predator, a simple seaborn believed to be responsible for foraging. It requires very little energy for its activities. I see.
I can do whatever I want, right?
And then one goes here. We have snipery things. Toxocellular drifter. Oh, it prioritizes high ground units. Interesting. Good night, Lisa. Mwah. I did not bring a medic. Uh-oh. That is not great.
My turn. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?
Okay, let's see if I place Xiaohe here and a rope here.
Is this a good spot? Once I have you, you're not getting away.
Nice. Okay, let's speed this up. Oh, I wonder what happens if I pull them to the ground. Can I pull this one to the ground? No. I'll try and pull the next skybound thing to the ground. I want to see what it looks like walking. Actually, it'll probably die before it gets to that point.
No need to. That's not a bad stream at all.
Put me to good use, okay?
Okay.
Put me to good.
Grab him. Oh, did nothing. Never mind. She got nervous and paired right at the end. Did you think we were touring a museum? You were looking at the instruments like they were exhibits. The third place I'd mistook for a museum then. Why is gravity reversed in there? What's with the water flowing around the pillars? What's that space that's warped my fingers? There are some things even I can't explain. Technology has advanced a lot in 5 years. Wait, that tower? There's a launch pad at the heart of the city? G'day, Doctor. That's a beacon launcher, one with plenty of history. You know about it, Shark? My parents took me around the home territories when I was little. There are similar structures in many cities. I thought Aga children were raised collectively. I was, but Shark has a special relationship with her biological parents. They're more like friends than parents. They reached a consensus with the Institute of Incubation to bring me along whenever they worked on a new dome project. I spent most of my time in the Institute of Incubation, but I was able to see the cities, learn, and even work alongside them. So what's this beacon launcher for? Exactly what it sounds like. It launches beacons to mark the waterway. How big is this waterway anyway? Aga almost mastered the oceans around 300 years ago, efficiently using natural energy in its various forms and recording every seafloor trench in our navigational charts. Then we cast our sights on another ocean, one brimming with stars. Our fleets and even our cities were meant to cross that boundary that never should have existed and light the fires of civilization beyond the barrier. Beyond the barrier? The Preserver was right, Doctor. Kristen's achievement is not beyond Aga's reach. The sea and the sky are closer than we thought. People back then tried plenty of things, surveying and deciphering the electron clouds, developing new technologies and materials, exploring forms of life that can adapt to space. This beacon launcher is a product of that era. It was intended to capture even the faintest signals from the stars and plant beacons that would never fade from our star charts. Nanomachine swarms would form networks between the beacons, allowing us to traverse vast distances in an instant. Or so we dreamed. You never told me any of this before. At least moments were hard to come by on land. But yesterday I dreamt once again of walking from the 𝍊🋼🍊 straight into that epoch. Then I saw Laurentina dance. She leaped from the waves to the stars, stirring up stardust that trailed the hems of her dress. From afar, the voice of the master of all creation answered her in song. Laurentina's Spectre's name, right? Laurentina Arknights. Why is she referring to herself in the third person? The universe and imagination know no bounds, and Laurentina's dances will never cease. Spectre closes her eyes, as though sinking back into the dream. What is it? Just trying to picture it. It's a beautiful dream, Laurentina. Before pushing open the door to the stars, they wanted to prepare themselves for any threats beyond the barrier. That is, until the Seaborn appeared and interrupted the dream. We poured all our efforts into studying them, setting aside all else, art, science, and previous visions for the future. The Seaborn fundamentally changed Ager. Ooh. What did you do before becoming a hunter, Spectre? I was just an apprentice sculptor. The Institute of Development Planning provides tailored career proposals for each citizen, which are usually in line with our wishes. I suppose I would have gone into dome design, sculpting, or dance. Say, Calcid Doctor, we've shared a lot of info during our time together, but we've never talked about our old lives. Because they've changed. I guess you're right. Sorry for bringing up something so heavy on a tour. We have all the waves in the world hanging above our heads. Would you care to share a dance before dealing with all this bother, Doctor? Gladia? Gladia's hand instinctively goes to her weapon as the woman approaches with a ceremonial sword in hand, but all she does is put her arms around Gladia's shoulders. Gladia smells stimulants in the air. Ager do not make a habit of greeting each other with physical contact. She could not even remember her mother doing so. But this woman's action felt completely natural. Consul Clementia, I was not aware that this was the standard salute between chief designers of warfare. Hi, Hara! Oh, thank you, Hara. I probably needed that. Okay. My legs jelly. Nothing makes me happier than seeing the hunters return as lucid as ever. Your soldiers' reactions when they first saw me suggested otherwise. The operation to eliminate the Firstborn cost Ager all of its abyssal hunters. Secunda made many rescue attempts, but was unable to penetrate the rampaging mass of Seaborn that guarded the region after the death of the Firstborn. Your mother Horatia had no choice but to publicly declare you dead. But I know her. She doesn't really believe that. Or perhaps Consul Horatia, foremost of the Institute of Scientific Development Planning, simply could not accept that I had died for nothing. I know her too. But I don't think it is appropriate for a meeting between two chief designers of warfare to revolve around a complicated mother-daughter relationship. Of course, of course. Look at the city. The consul's pensivarium sits high in the city. The seawater hangs just above their heads. The transparent dome serves as a gentle mirror, warding off the deep and foreboding void, while granting the Ager the solace of introspection. Beneath the dome, the entire city is bathed in a blue hue. The beacon launch pad stands tall at its center, while ships glide in and out of the distant docks like schools of fins. The sea itself has no color, only darkness. Miliarium stands in its murky depths like the vigilant eye of civilization, solitary and luminous. We once had many such cities. One by one, the stars and the sea went out, becoming sustenance for the seaborn. All that's left on the sea floor are their colourful, eerie nests. I won't deny that the Abyssal Hunter project was a failed gambit. The death of the firstborn did not stop their evolution. So I want to know what solution 𝍊𝋼𝍊 has come up with next, what you have come up with. What is this waterway program? Gladia, I didn't mean. I'm simply part of an even bigger gambit, one with even higher stakes. The weapon classification scheme remains nothing more than a strict control over weapon usage to delay the evolution of the seaborn. This time, however, we have taken into account every weapon at our disposal or under development. A mix of conventional ballistics and Class 1 weapons have initially proved highly effective. The seaborn were unable to comprehend why they were being burned by the seawater around them, but it took them only a year to adapt. 11 months in, we accelerated the adoption of Class 2 weapons, which operated on completely different principles, etc., etc., until their evolution outpaced the ability of the Academy of Technology to innovate. Yes, oh wait, until their evolution outpaced the ability of the Academy of Technology to innovate. Yes, at day's end, all we're doing is merely buying time. 𝍊𝋼𝍊 has committed vast resources to study the seaborn. To eradicate them at their origin, we must first comprehend them at their source. The information you've brought back is highly valuable, and Breagan's discovery on land corroborates the Academy of Sciences' research. The seaborn and the Fanarts share the same genesis. Is 𝍊𝋼𝍊 coming ashore to seek memories even more ancient? Not just that. The seaborn share a common genesis with the Fanarts, but much about them is different. Unnatural, one might say. Their recent activity demonstrates a clear sense of purpose. They have quickly abandoned their reliance on the sea and begun to migrate towards the land en masse. Left unchecked, it is not out of the question that all of Terra could become infested with seaborn. We already saw hints of that in Iberia. Thus, for 𝍊𝋼𝍊, the land is both a source of answers and a solemn responsibility. Horatia has issued new war orders on behalf of the Institute of Development Planning, and Milarium has come bearing new Class 4 weapons from the Academy of Technology. They are a form of biological weapon, very different from all previous ones, designed to induce death in nearby seaborn nests and newborns while driving away adults from the area. We have successfully located most of the nests in the target region. The ones near Iberia are the only ones yet unmarked. Once the beacons have been placed and the weapons activated, we will finally have cleared an entire region of seaborn and established a route back to 𝍊𝋼𝍊's home territories. Consul Horatio would not have permitted the possibility of failure, yet all I see is a city under siege, teetering on the brink. Yes, she did tell me herself that the waterway program will not fail. I do not know how many other possibilities she considered, and I hope I never do. For me, this city has always been the entirety of the waterway program. But that is no longer true. The changes in the past month necessitate a review of our plans. The seaborn have rapidly adapted to our new weapons, even evolving measures to protect their kindred from Class 3. But a successful extermination operation should have left no opportunity for them to communicate with other individuals. They seem to have obtained their inspiration elsewhere. Almost every mutation Almost every mutation of Seaborn against humanity has been abetted by the twisted efforts of corrupted Ager. Yet, the Seaborn lack true intelligence. We could toss all our prototype weapons into their nest, and they wouldn't dismantle or study them. The Church of the Deep may be able to train them to attack an army or a city, but bringing about rapid biological changes is another matter entirely. Unless they're not being influenced by the Church of the Deep, but by another Firstborn. I see you've read my belated report. Indeed, 𝍊𝑋̈𝑖nus claims that the one we eliminated was not the only one. The Abyssal Hunters were the first and last Ager to enter the Firstborn's lair. Even now, the Seaborn defend the ruins with frenzied fury. We have not found a way to get through. Amongst the hunters, 𝍊𝑃𝑖nus spent the longest time there, enough for him to witness the truth. You're still deliberating on whether to believe him. Yes. It could be the key to solving the mystery of the Seaborn, or the path that leads us to destruction. Could a hunter survive for months on Seaborn remains and remain lucid? Would a lucid hunter willingly stay with them rather than returning to civilization? There are too many unanswered questions about 𝍊𝑃𝑖nus and that fateful operation. And so I regret to inform you that the Ager has no choice but to welcome its hunters home with a tribunal. I thought we had designated this area for investigation. Madam Irene, from Iberia. May I ask to whom I am speaking? 𝍊𝑋̈𝑖nus, Prefector of the Sea Patrol. I regret not being able to greet you personally upon your arrival yesterday. The Sea Patrol is currently investigating the disappearance of a citizen. We have not requested assistance from Iberia and respectfully request that you exit this area as soon as possible. I would like to assist as myself, not as an envoy. Your offer is appreciated but unnecessary. I want to... Any news from the other teams? One moment. Gathering the video feed now. Ma'am? No unusual movements at the port. Alert the other teams to monitor the closed civilian gates and keep a close watch on the circulation system around town. Roger. You're okay with talking about this in front of me? This is part of our regular duties. There's no need for confidentiality. But you had your little handies clear the place out. Only to prevent unnecessary harm to civilians. If you insist on staying, you'll be responsible for your own safety. The missing civilian is Tullia, a scientist from the Waterway program, responsible for recording and calibrating data on Seaborn nests. She went AWOL 30 hours ago and hasn't been seen since. Could it be the Church of the Deep? That's what we intend to find out. Her disappearance has not affected the overall progress of the project. As important as recording and calibrating the nest data is, her role was by no means irreplaceable. If the Church's goal was to assassinate someone to disrupt our plans, they would not have picked an ordinary data scientist. Unless she learned something she wasn't supposed to. I need to inspect her home. You're sharp, Madam Irene, but I would recommend against coming with us. I'm simply investigating our common enemy in my own way. Suit yourself. Oh, I like her. I like 𝍊𝑋̈𝑖nus. I've decided. Alrighty. And we continue onwards. Oh. Aha. These two are the ones that I need to understand. Gotcha. Okay, let's read this. Excrescent carapace, deployable for high ground operators, must be charged by a high ground operator. Allows your units to deal burn damage when activated. Okay. Pop car!
Come on, everyone, try to get along.
What? Do it in male voice? Not in... No, I don't want to. I won't do it in male voice. But I will speak. But I will speak like this for a whole minute now that you've asked me to. I hope this is... I hope this is... acceptable. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to understand. I'm gonna have you get used to this, okay? This is gonna take me a while. Do you think that it would be... Is this acceptable? Is this acceptable, McDonald? It's not stimulating. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I just want to make people happy. And this is very hard for me to do. And this is very hard for me to do, so... No, that's not it. I'm trying... You need to really try... No, how do... Yeah, something like that. I hope that it's okay. Okay. I have no clue what I'm doing. I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to learn. I don't know. I've tried. My apologies for it not being good. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. So many sea monsters. It's impossible to deal with all of them at once. I'll come help. No, wait. There's nowhere for me to stand. Oh. Pay attention to the battlefield. When that seaborn died, its carapace proliferated onto the tile it was on, and now its kin should be avoiding that path. The excrescent carapace occupying the tile can serve as a high ground platform for ranged operators. Cruz, get on there and remain on standby. McDonald, did I upset you? I hope I didn't. I'm so sorry.
There you are.
Another sea monster swarm. Make sure to use our waterway beacons. Allied units deployed on high ground tiles adjacent to a waterway beacon can charge it. The more operators surrounding the beacon, the faster it can charge up. But there aren't any high ground tiles around this beacon. Oop.
Here I am.
There they are. I... Use the Seaborn's carapace proliferation on death, as we did earlier, to create excrescent carapaces for our high ground operators to deploy on. Moose! It's Moose! Okay, so it can block the route. So like this?
Please hold on.
And this?
Safe here.
Once the waterway beacon is fully charged, it slows down the movement speed of all enemies within range, and our operators now deal burn damage to them with their attacks too. Now use the waterway beacon to wipe out the rest of the Seaborn.
There you are.
Hey.
Here I am.
Gotcha. Okay.
Take aim. Mission
There we go.
I think we did all right.
I think we did all right too, Chris. Okay. BP2. Okay, I should bring a medic this time. And I probably don't need a caster. Just yet, at least. So... we'll bring Pure Stream. Bring the Aegir to the Aegir. No one has been in here the whole time? Affirmative. No signs that the little handy's logs have been altered either. Excuse me, how do I view those records? Grant her the permission. Yes, ma'am. Ah, very nice. Secunda takes a device from her belt and dances her pen across the surface, leaving trails like a labyrinth of seaweeds. What's your prefecta doing? She scribbles whenever she's thinking. Says it helps her organize her thoughts. It's a habit she's had ever since she was a researcher. No one else can decipher what she's writing, or drawing. Not even that's clear. She's the only one who can pass it. Books are arranged by thickness, shell decorations by size, and data downloaded from the 𝍊𓋼𓍊 by time. Seaweed cream to prevent dry skin. Is it because Miliarum is approaching the coast? There's enough to last 3 years. An ordinary Aegir woman, cautious, timid even, matches the data from the Institute of Development Planning. Those hydroponic tanks. What are those boxes for? Why put them on the wall if they're empty? Yes, the hydroponic boxes may provide a lead. Scan all equipment in the room related to plant cultivation. Yes, ma'am. Also, pull whatever you can from Tullia's files. Education, employment, hobbies, anything that might be relevant. Hi, Sirosk. Did I find the what? And why? She previously worked at the Institute of Ecological Art, with a focus on the cultivation of endangered seaweed. To quote straight from the IEA's files, the artist has carefully cultivated these deep-sea seaweeds to weave a dynamic
ever-evolving portrait of life as they grow. These hydroponic boxes were Tulia's belongings. Images of her artwork are also available.
How beautiful. They should kiss. They look like they've been left empty for quite some time. According to the files, she joined the Waterway program after her reassignment. She wouldn't have abandoned her old life for no reason. True, her disappearance may very well be related to her career change. How's that scan coming? Because Aga has the most advanced toilet, so I see. But if that's the case, I would hope. Would I hope that? My initial instinct was to say I'd hope that the most advanced toilets in the world don't require toilet paper. But then again, how's that scan coming? Nothing unusual with cultivation equipment, but we found an operating log in the integrated terminal. 2 days before she went missing, she downloaded some data from the Beacon Tower Control Center and made a backup. We were unable to locate the file itself, though. Try to backtrace her steps. Contact the control center and trace the data from the download logs. If she was still going to work before she disappeared, couldn't her friends or colleagues know something? Perhaps. What's the situation on her social relationships? What about the person who made the report?
We've arranged a questioning.
Anything I can help you with, Geordie? Sorry, I have so many questions. I don't know where to start. This, metal tree. Do I just ask it? I've heard legends of ancient trees acting as repositories of knowledge, but I've never seen anything like this. This coral-shaped integrated terminal is the culmination of centuries of Aga's knowledge and culture. Everything we think, know, create, appreciate, and even the questions we have yet to answer, they're all in here. It's the heart of the 𝍊🋼🍊🍊. And what is the 𝍊🋼🍊🍊 exactly? Conceived and established by Martus, the greatest scholar of anthropology and prehistoric civilization, it is a public facility that has a profound impact on the nation. Aside from the mutually supporting atoll city clusters above sea level and the modular city networks in the trenches, most of our other cities have unique forms and designs. Yet even so, nearly all of them have chosen to adapt Martus's design and establish their own 𝍊🋼🍊🍊. Look around you. This is a place for people to think, doubt, and debate, eventually coming to an understanding and making a decision. A coliseum of wits, if you will. The most complex equations, the most ancient drawings, the most beautiful songs, and the most well-traveled roads were all born here. I believe this is exactly what Martus himself wanted. You keep mentioning this Martus. What kind of man was he? Simply listing all his contributions to Aga would take an entire day, perhaps more, but I do happen to have some insight into his personality. Oh, you knew him? No. He lived more than 2 centuries ago. He'd been gone from Aga long before I was born. But our professors like to speak of his eccentricities. He was unmatched in theoretical and deductive reasoning, yet was always reluctant to draw a conclusion. Even on issues where the answer was plain to all, he would refuse to put the question to rest until after an extended debate with himself. Some would say that trapping himself in an endless debate showed that he cared too much about the value and meaning of things. But is that not in our human nature? Which is why he built the 𝍊🋼🍊🍊. We needed a place where we could engage in intellectual discourse, both with ourselves and with others. Hello, Asmus. How are you doing? I hope you're well. I wouldn't say I'm up for a debate, but I do have a lot of questions. Should I ask you myself or this terminal? It seems our little discussion must give way to a greater showdown. What do you mean? They're holding a tribunal, and it concerns 3 of those you arrived with. The Abyssal Hunters? Oh hey, is that our land-bound friend I spy? Oh, he looks awful worried about us. He won't see you from that far away. Others are looking this way, though. The tribunal has drawn more attention than expected. We hunters always have. And now they even have the lovely story of our return from the dead. Like it or not, the Abyssal Hunters are in the spotlight now. The tribunal will be our final checkup, yes? Frankly, they're getting tiresome. Take it easy, Scotty. The hunters need to keep a low profile. We must also act with prudence, Doctor. We always find ourselves in delicate situations. Indeed. This time we're not merely mediating between 2 countries, but between land and the sea. 2 vastly different civilizations. Following the tribunal, I will formally address Aegir's consul to foster cooperation between the land and the sea. For now, you'll need to assist Gladia independently, Doctor. The situation remains uncertain for both the city and ourselves. Certain matters become more difficult if I am placed at the center of attention. But no one will be watching your assistant. Yes, but be careful. I would prefer not to have to change our objective in the middle of negotiations with the consul. Dr. Kaltzit sure uses a lot of big words, doesn't she? Does she ever get straight to the point? Our dear Kaltzit thinks too much about too many things, and not nearly enough about how to convey that she cares. Hi, Mystic. How are you? Did I get Ulpi? I'm not pulling for Ulpi. I need to save for Marseille. I have no faith in my getting Marseille, so I need to save. Unfortunately. Just got back home. Oh, nice. Where did you go? Just out? Sorry. You got him in 69 pulls. Of course you did. I mean, somehow that seems like the most reasonable number. It's like in between 50 and 100. From work. I see. Wouldn't you agree that more direct Aegir-style communication is better, Doctor? Why would you ever go out? Oh no, Sidoska's a neat. Kaltzit has her reasons. Don't worry. Shark and I will protect you. Say, where's Captain Gladia? I imagine she'll show up with Consul Clementia. After all, she's the one who will be taking the stand today. Excuse me. Are you Laurentina? I had a hunch I'd find you here, Advisor. The environmental sample test results are out. We need you to take a look and see if we need another round of genetic testing. Oh, sorry. Didn't see your message. You seem preoccupied by the Abyssal Hunters Tribunal. You got Dorothy in your 40th and Lee joined Ulpianus in a 10 pool? Oh, damn. Oh, goodness. I never get that lucky with pulls. I think I spent exactly, like, I think I spent exactly 90 on Ascalon, and I think I only got one other 6-star in those pulls. So I'm not hedging my bets on Marseille. Oh, Neurobody, thank you for following. I hope you're doing well. You used to work at the Abyssal Hunter lab, right? I'd rather not talk about it. But yes, I was researching gene splicing methods that will provide a safer and a more effective way to perform the hunter modifications. But you didn't like the program. It's not about liking or disliking it. It's that it failed to produce results despite the sacrifices we made. But what matters now is that they're alive. Gladia and the others. I have to be here if only for them. Were you too close? If only she's thought so too. Magister Avitus, may I sit here? Of course, Cassia. Be careful, though. Recovery from embryo separation surgery takes time. This is Yordi, a guest from Iberia. Thank you, and hello. You did Abyssal Knights only run in this event, and it all went quite nicely except for the 8th stage. So that's what Ulpi, Underflow, Skadi, Spectre, Gladius, Spalter, Skulter, that's 7. Deep Color, Andri. Is that it? Are those all of the Abyssal Knights? Or does Deep Color even count? Or rather, does Andri... It's either Andri or Deep Color that doesn't count. I don't remember. Oh, hello. Okay, it's just Andri. Oh, I thought Deep Color was one. Oh well. And Spec Alta? Oh, so do you not have Skulter? Or does Skulter not count? There are more participants than I expected. Even when the Institute of Facility Management held a tribunal to discuss modifications to the city's unit framework, only 2 departments were involved. 1 second. I need to... hang on. Skull to not count. If not, all the buffs from the other Abyssal Hunters will benefit her. But she... okay. Oh, I see. Da, da, da. Okay. And back. Okay. Spectre altars shouldn't count either for their base skill? Oh. Alright. But I'm assuming that the other Abyssal Hunted skills affect her, which is why she was included here. I don't know. The tribunal system exists to solve problems, after all. The only reason to involve more departments is when the problem is too complex for one. But the 𝍊🋼🍊 is already half full. Is the return of the Abyssal Hunters really such a big deal? It's a project that took 2 centuries of debate before implementation. Its philosophy shook the very foundations of Aegar, and its every progress tugs the string of Aegar's future. Besides, the waterway program is reaching its most critical juncture. Even the smallest thing out of the ordinary is worthy of attention. Simply reading a report is not nearly enough to come to an informed decision. Consul Clementia needs the counsel of experts in multiple fields. Oh, thank you for a drink. I'm sure that many have come of their own accord, though. The return of the 3 hunters is bound to cause unease at such a sensitive time. I'm not really here for the tribunal, but I heard you might make an appearance, so... And who might you be? Oh, sorry. I'm 𝍊𝋼𝍊𝋼𝍊. I had the honor of meeting your parents once. Gonna go now, playing Heaven Burns Red soon. I don't know what that is. Oh, is this a gacha game? Huh. And it is a... Oh, it's your style. How did I not know about this? When did it release? Oh, it literally just released. Oh, damn. I might try that out. Huh, I'll keep that tab open. Rulers and ink. Are you an architect working on the dome system here? I transferred out of that last year, but I'm still with the Institute of Facility Management. Now I maintain the city unit framework and measure ocean currents. Envy not the sun, for we have given ourselves the eternal stars and the infinite sea. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. Damn! That's very recent. Well, I hope you have fun. When I was little, the foster parents at the Institute of Incubation took us to hold a performance here. We created a matrix of tiny optical machines, representing neural activity with changes to the brightness of the dots. We'd rehearsed thoroughly, but the 𝍊🋼🍊🍊 malfunctioned on the day of the performance, and the whole place went dark, except for those little machines. It's visual novel heavy with some battle? Okay. Oh, so it's Arknights-y. So that's what you're saying. But a couple in the audience worked their magic, and ribbons of light fell from the dome, as if arms reaching out to invite our little machines to dance. It was so beautiful that the blackout almost felt intentional. I can picture the smug look on their faces. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they really had something to do with it. When the Institute of Development Planning did its career assessment, I applied for the dome system without a second thought. It was only then that I had learned that they were famous dome designers. That was the only time I saw them. So they were at the right time and place to inspire you. But you said you transferred out of dome work? Why, when you've already formed such a special bond with our big, transparent friend above? 𝍊𝋼𝍊𝋼𝍊𝋼, the tribunal is about to start. Do you want to sit here? Sorry, my colleague is calling out to me. Anyway, welcome home, Laurentina, and I wish you the best of luck. pretty much everyone's here. Hey, where are you going, Doctor? I'll just be watching from the stands. Cowsit's words really got to you, haven't they? As you're all aware, Miliarium has successfully made contact with Iberia. As such, the waterway program now enters its most critical phase. A thread of light leaves the massive coral-shaped terminal to surround her, forming a giant ethereal ring in the air that dances to the consul's words. More threads weave together to form cities and tides, hunters and seaborn, transmuting words to images and giving substance to sound. The crowd quiets down. And at this crucial juncture, we also welcome home our surviving abyssal hunters, Gladia, Skadi, and Laurentina. The results of their physical examinations and Gladia's mission report have been uploaded to the 𝍊🋼🍊's terminal and are available for your perusal. I'm sure many of you have already done so. Concerning the irregular circumstances therein, I now call upon Consul Gladia, leader of Aega's Honor Exercitus, and chief designer of warfare of the Abyssal Hunters, to answer your questions. You navigate through several rows of Aega and sit in one of the back rows. With plenty of room around you, you have a clear view of everything happening in the 𝍊🋼🍊. The tribunal has already begun. The speakers do not raise their voices, yet every word is clear in the massive ring-like structure. Gladia steps forward, drawing everyone's gaze. Suddenly, you hear footsteps so soft they are almost inaudible, like a shadow from the somber dome touching the floor. Not a sound, or I'll crush your throat. Well, damn, why did you do that now? Oops, okay. Well, that was never gonna work. Alright, try again. Okay, let's put her here. And instead of deploying Jackie... Actually, we might have to... 6... Put a run here. Get DP.
No need to
31, 32. Uh-huh. Ah, I see. So we want to do this then. Nice. And now I should be able to... Oh, I don't have any more ranged. Oh, I have rope. Rope can go here and then pure stream can go here. Perfect. And now I'll retreat for Ethan here. And that'll be nice. Okay, I do want to know what happens when this little guy blocks the way. So let's let him get around here. Oh, he will get around here. Actually, will it retreat or run? Oh, I put wrong place. Like this? Oh no. Well, never mind. It'll die around here anyway. Okay, it just eats at it. Gotcha. Oh, so now they're gonna eat at... Ah, I see the problem. You want to kill it early so that they don't eat at it over here. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Consul Gladia, is it your opinion that the issue does not lie with the battle itself? Correct. What you see before you is a projection of the battle plan. If anyone here notices a flaw that I haven't, I expect it to be pointed out. No, I have no objections to the battle plan. It was the most suitable one given what we knew at the time. However, I would like your opinion on what we knew at the time. I have to admit that Aega's knowledge of the Seaborn back then was deeply flawed. As such... What are they trying to say? Still not used to their way of thinking, are you? You never did like thinking much even back home. They mean no ill will. They're simply seeking the truth they need. Identify every flaw and question all perfections. The most heated debates will uncover truth in its full beauty and reveal the right way forward. Just leave it to Swordfish. If you don't want to listen, just take a nap. In conclusion, our greatest error when designing the warfare 5 years ago was failing to make allowance for flaws in our knowledge. Until every last truth of terror is revealed, we must admit that our understanding of the Seaborn will remain flawed. Our warfare design must reflect this revelation. I concur. Your conclusion should be incorporated into our future battle plans. It has been an honor to reflect upon this critical battle and reach a fruitful conclusion with you. That's sad. The battle 5 years ago was not our only concern. We have more pressing issues to worry about. Your physical examination has revealed mutations that cannot be ignored. The same goes for Skadi and Laurentina. I do not doubt your loyalty, but we need to know how assimilation by the Seaborn genes will affect your behavior. Apologies for my candor. Miliarium will soon identify the locations of the remaining nests. Then, the Seaborn will be driven out by Class 4 weapons, opening up a waterway. Is there any possibility that the Abyssal Hunters will become an enemy of Aega and of yourselves? Hunters out of control pose a greater risk to Aega than the Seaborn. The Abyssal Hunters are the flip side of Aega. Created in Aega's most despicable attempt at salvation, they are both now feared and pitied by their creators. Abyssal Hunter Ulpianus, I presume. Shouldn't you be down there too? You're much calmer than I expected, and you know who I am. It seems Gladia has built a relationship on land with more than just one, Doctor. I've never seen you in any of the operations. You're not an Inquisitor nor an Islander. The Doctor from Rhodes Island brought you to Aega, but kept your identity a secret. I am also from Rhodes Island. You may introduce yourself however you like. However, the point is that you can help the Hunters. Why don't you just go to Gladia? Now is not the time. You don't trust the Hunters? On the contrary, I do trust them, but I know them all too well. Skadi acts before thinking. Laurentina has not been lucid for long. Gladia will inevitably be the one to make decisions.
I have already shared much of what I know with her. She should be on guard. She knows the potential restrictions, but nevertheless decided to return to Aega. Over-eager to return to a familiar environment, she is oblivious to the fact that she has placed herself in the spotlight, where all that can and cannot be trusted have the power to scrutinize her. Now is not the best time for the Abyssal Hunters to come home. Their decision is a big gamble.
Why did you sneak into the city, then?
Gladia and the others are not in a good situation. They underwent modifications, but unlike me, they were not part of the Abyssal Hunters' core research. Explaining the changes in their bodies will be difficult for them. I'll pass on some information to you, and I'll need you to help Gladia if necessary. Convey my warning to her later. As for the rest...
May I say a few things?
Blandus, he's here too?
Blandus, isn't this just like the old days? You and 𝍊𝋼𝋼🍊 used to get into arguments with the research staff while I was napping. Your comments would be much appreciated, advisor.
You flatter me, Consul.
I was the technical advisor for the Abyssal Hunter project, responsible for the gene splicing research used in the modification process. In other words, at this exact moment and in this exact place, I am the leading authority on Abyssal Hunters. Gladia, Laurentina, and Skadi have been fighting on dry land too frequently and for too long. It is indeed cause for concern regarding their physical condition. As such, your concerns are not without reason, but my answer is this. No, they will not become seaborn. The hall goes silent. Blandus clears his throat. Let me try to explain this in layman's terms. Under ordinary circumstances, seaborn genes exhibit abnormal dominance and will irreversibly overwrite any pre-existing traits in their host. In Abyssal Hunters, however, we have managed to extend the timeline of this process until it far exceeds the natural lifespan of any given hunter. Furthermore, the Academy of Technology made a critical breakthrough, allowing us to implement an auto-adaptive junction in all the hunters before their deployment to eradicate the Firstborn. The auto-adaptive junction was implanted at the splice point between human and seaborn DNA to assist the hunters in more closely monitoring their seaborn genes. If the seaborn genes exhibited abnormal dominance, the junction would signal the body to resist their attempt at taking over. While there has undoubtedly been some degree of decay of their auto-adaptive junctions after 5 years without maintenance, the changes they've undergone remain well within acceptable ranges. So you say, advisor, but there is a record of failed auto-adaptive junction surgery in the Abyssal Hunter lab archives.
That was 𝍊𝋼𝋼𝍊𝋼𝍊.
The archives should also note that multiple clinical trials have demonstrated that the incident did not produce any adverse effects. For this, I gladly take full responsibility and will answer any queries. Now that the Abyssal Hunters have returned to Aega, their condition will be under control. Am I to infer that you already have an effective means to contain the mutation?
There is an Abyssal Hunter lab in the city that we can reactivate. I will personally perform maintenance on their auto-adaptive junctions.
What of 𝍊𝋼𝋼𝍊𝋼𝍊? How can we be sure that the hunter who has refused to return to Aega will not become seaborn, or that what we fear hasn't already happened? Sounds like you've just become the target.
It's only natural they would be skeptical. It is both human nature and a hard-learned lesson to be wary of what you cannot control.
I am equally curious about your motivations. Did you really come out of concern for the hunters?
Before the sinking of the 𝍊𝑋𝑍𝑊, I shared my discovery with Gladia. There is more than one entity like 𝍊𝑋𝑍𝑊 amongst the Seaborn, those known as Firstborn. The Firstborn are stirring, or rather they are about to awaken. I don't know how many or how soon, but it is close. Too close. This is why the Seaborn have been migrating towards land. I have ventured into many nests recently, and as a whole they are feeling a sense of crisis. Perhaps not even the ocean contains enough nourishment for the awakening of a new god. Will it become another profound silence for the land, or another calamity for the seas? The Great Migration almost perfectly coincides with Aega's waterway program. One can only speculate about Milarium's role in all this. Is that not reason enough for me to visit this city? The Seaborn have proliferated independently, driven by their instincts, but they came from the Firstborn and thus cannot deny their fundamental nature. In other words, even if the death of the Firstborn failed to halt their evolution, it should not have caused the rapid emergence of new, previously undocumented traits.
I believe I have already addressed that in my report.
Yes, the multiple Firstborn hypothesis. A logical enough explanation, but that is exactly why I am skeptical of 𝍊𝑋𝑍𝑊.
I keep pronouncing his name differently every time.
Our well-laid plans ended in failure. The 3 surviving hunters washed ashore on unfamiliar land before being reunited with the hunter who was last to leave the nest. The information 𝍊𝑋𝑍𝑊 brought, that there are more than one Firstborn in the ocean, is more than shocking. It's highly effective. Effective in explaining why the Seaborn's actions have become more disruptive despite your success with the mission objective. Effective in addressing all our questions.
And why does that make you skeptical?
Because it's an answer so perfect that it's either the incontrovertible truth, or has been designed specifically to put our questions to rest. Whether or not to believe the information he gave you will have an enormous impact on our warfare design. If 𝍊𝑋𝑍𝑊 lives, then the most effective way to verify his claims would be to track him down, perhaps even question him directly.
You have been quiet, Advisor Blandis. Do you have anything to add regarding 𝍊𝑋𝑍𝑊? You were once students under the same mentor, and it was your trust in him that led you to join the Abyssal Hunter project despite your reservations. But I also trust your knowledge and ethics as an Aegar. You need not recuse yourself.
All I can say, Madam Consul, is that I can be accountable for every word I say here at this tribunal. I will not intentionally put forward a hypothesis in his favor, nor will I make any conjectures that could hurt him. That is all.
Sounds like you two are pretty close. 𝍊𝑋𝑍𝑊 does not answer. The questioning continues, but Blandis says no more. Suddenly, he looks up towards you, as though he sensed something. You meet his weary gaze across the length of his 𝍊𝑋𝑍𝑊. He seems to have noticed something. The consul next to him and several other Aegar catch that particular moment, and some of them follow his gaze. You look to your side and find the seat empty. Sorry, am I interrupting? The tribunal has arrived at an adequate conclusion. Gladia, Skadi, Laurentina, and the rest of the Abyssal Hunters have made tremendous sacrifices and contributions to Aegar. It is a blessing for Aegar that new ideas continue to emerge from their knowledge and experience, even after 5 years. They have demonstrated that they are both innocent and safe, and that their return at this stage of the Waterway program is not a threat, but a reassurance. Yet now that our attention turns to another of the surviving hunters, Ulpianus. He has concealed his movements for reasons unknown, and has attempted to influence the other hunters. Both actions clearly contravene his duty. Based on our present information, we are unable to determine his motives, goals, or even whether he still qualifies as Aegar. Ulpianus must be found. If his intentions are indeed benign, as Gladia claims, our suspicions must be cleared through proper questioning. Those whose questions have been answered may now leave. Those whose questions have not may continue their inquiries. Do you have anything to add, Consul Gladia? The coral-shaped terminal at the center of the 𝍊🋼🍊 slowly closes and sinks into the ground. The space is now flat and empty, like a stage ready for a new play. Gladia stands alone on it. I have told you all I know. I have no objections to the tribunal's conclusion, nor to the suspicions cast upon Ulpianus. People begin to file out, many turning to nod towards Gladia as they reach the exit. The remaining audience continue to ask questions, and Gladia responds to each one, whether she is able to answer or not. The water caustics cast by the dome weave a picture of light and shadow, with the ring of light surrounding the space, dancing on Gladia's expressionless face. Even as an Aegar, I find this hard to understand sometimes. They fling words at her like spears one moment, then thank her for her contributions the next. They're sincere, you know. Science requires people to separate facts from feelings, and they're good at it. I know, I'm just... Never mind. As for Captain Ulpianus, all they have are suspicions. Swordfish, the doctor, Calcit. Someone will think of a way. What next? We wait for Swordfish, which unfortunately will take a while. You're sighing too. She used to visit the 𝍊🋼🍊 to watch plays whenever there wasn't a mission. Sometimes I went with her. Captain Gladia. She's fairly well versed in the arts. Her mother's influence, supposedly. Unlike everyone else, however, she liked the highest, furthest seats, so I would always end up having to sit apart from her. Why? For her, keeping the distance helps filter out the noise. Ignoring some of the finer details makes it easier for her to fully immerse herself in the story. Right now, though, she's the one at center stage. She's lost her accustomed sense of distance, becoming the subject of judgment, scrutiny, and discussion. No one in her position can remain unperturbed. I'm starting to get why I sighed. Why? Because only now does it really feel like we're back. Hello, Kilazila. Thank you for the drink. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully that's enough for 5. I probably needed that. Thank you. Of course 20 points for hydrate. I'm regularly dehydrated, and so I probably need it. As much as people can remind me, it's very useful. Okay, I'm actually... Speaking of that, I had to drink a whole half a liter earlier in the stream, and that is quite clearly caught up to me. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. My apologies for that. Oh no, you're gonna make me drown? Alright. I'll drink as much as I can of it then. Let's see how we go. Made it a fair way. You used all points. Well, if you wanted some, you shouldn't have done that. But thank you anyway. I made it through most of my water bottle, which means that I've drunk a liter of water today, and that is not usually how it goes. Yep, I could quite possibly be sick of drinking that much. I shouldn't have done that. Oh god. Excuse me. Alright. Let's go. Gotta hurry. 𝑍�𝋼𝑋𝑼𝑜𝑠. Okay, I'm gonna try 𝍊𝑋𝑖𝑜𝑠. 𝍊𝋼𝑒𝑖𝑜𝑠. Here. Who else in 𝑍�𝋼𝑖um is cultivating endangered seaweed? She's cute. Print screen. Apologies, that's necessary. Hypena fenestralis, Halimania fimbriatus, Palmaria purpureus. Wait, the color of this Sargassum pinnata. I cultivated it myself. Why are you on the streets? It's too dry. You'll die. What happened here? Did someone do this? Where are you migrating? Is there something... wait! They're gone? This pipe... This is... What's going on? The rumbling. Is the city moving? Something's moving. Who's there? I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Not at all. Lucilla and I were just performing regular inspections and maintenance on the city's unit framework. I like how they're all dressed similarly, but... Excuse me. Goodness. I like how all of the citizens are dressed similarly, except the ones that are going to join Rhodes Island. Still no sign of Tulia. Come on, Lucilla, it hasn't been that long since we made the report. I can tell you care about her. Did she mention getting into any trouble recently? She isn't one to look for trouble. I can't imagine her offending anyone. What you are saying certainly fits her profile. Did she ever talk to you about the waterway program or beacon data? No. I wouldn't say we're close exactly. We talk from time to time, but she's more of a loner who prefers to work on her own stuff. Wait, is she a suspect? Sorry, maybe I'm making her sound suspicious, but it's probably just stress. There's been fighting almost every day in the 6 months that 𝑍�𝋼𝑖um has been away from the home territories. Everyone here is on edge. The Church of the Deep continues its attempts to sabotage the waterway program. We've eliminated many cultists over those months. And until they were exposed, they appeared just like any of our countrymen. But she'd have no reason to. Well, to be honest, I've never quite understood why she chose to join the waterway program. What do you mean, ma'am? You already know that she used to work at the Institute of Ecological Art, right? The IEA moved to another city when this one evacuated its original position and received new battle orders. Right, and she had the chance to go with them to continue her work, but instead she chose to... Sorry to interrupt, But could you explain more about this evacuation you mentioned? You remember, don't you, Lucilla? You were working on the dome at the time, so you had the best view of the whole thing. Yeah. It was one of Aga's largest volcanic power stations, feeding countless laboratories, and Millenarium was responsible for its construction and defense. The city was parked beneath the power station. Through the dome, I could see its red glow illuminate the ocean for miles. The heat it generated attracted many different creatures. It was the largest endangered plants reserve in Aga, and the ideal environment for Millenarium's ecological art to flourish. You came back to check, but does nothing happen in this event? Things are happening. Definitely Seaborn things are happening. But the event seems to be that an Aga city has offshoot from the main Aga, like, what do you call it? I don't know what you call it. Like, there's the main Aga city, and then there's all these, like, offshoot cities that are connected to it. It seems like the main city has sent an offshoot city to go and make a connection between Aga and the land. At least, like, that's my understanding of this event so far. I wouldn't say it's not interesting. And there's definitely a lot of Seaborniness in here, so yeah. I'm interested to see where it will go, but also I might be 3 hours in, but I haven't even completed Stage 3 yet, so I have no clue. And then that light turned dark. Seaborn? Yeah. A year ago, swarms of seaborn arrived on ocean currents, and Millenarium ordered an emergency evacuation. Without the natural environment to support it, the Institute of Ecological Art, like other related institutions, was forced to relocate. But there was a full legion in the city. We could have retaken the power station. War orders for the waterway program had just arrived. Millenarium was in fact being strategically redeployed. I came here with the Legion after that. The lives of so many of our people were changed, including Lucilla. By the way, I transferred from the dome to groundwork because I was afraid of heights. Sorry, off topic. So you mean to say that 𝍊🼼 might have had ulterior motives for joining the waterway program? That is a serious accusation. I don't believe it either. No, I'm just telling you what I know. But it's undeniable that there are 100,000 souls in this city, and not all of them are fully committed to the waterway program. Most just carry on with their lives, not understanding the kind of path we're clearing out in the ocean. Even our Iberian guest here came to learn more about the program, didn't she? Whether 𝍊🼼 is linked with the Church of the Deep or not, the fact remains that she made an unauthorized copy of data on the waterway program. We'll have to find her to learn why. But Millenarium isn't that big. She'd have been found by now, even if she were hiding between dome layers or in the corners of the circulation system. True. She may well have already left the city, but we were unable to find her biosignature in the nearby waters, nor were there any unscheduled ship movements at the port, and she couldn't have gone beyond our sensor range in just a few days using civilian deep water equipment. However, the city did make a short movement around 30 hours ago to receive the Iberian mission. Perhaps. Could she have left the city at that time? So the Colombian scientist Kristen Wright broke through the barrier for the first time in more than 10,000 years. The hole she pierced hasn't completely closed even after a year. Ager's surveillance of the universe through this opening continues, and so far no anomalies have been detected. I tried to stop her, to no avail. We still have time, but it's running short. Ripping apart the electron clouds with a high-energy beam. We were not aware of any energy sources on land that could support such a brute force measure. Her method came from the same place as Ager's technology, prehistoric civilization. She had discovered sarcophagi between tri-mounts that preserved that civilization's spark, and managed to obtain the trust of its custodian. Before leaving the home territories, I had not expected to find anyone with your profound understanding of both Ager and prehistory from the lands. You have demonstrated once again that there is still much about Terra that we do not understand. Finns trapped in the depths lose their perception of light. Likewise, our nation must continue to explore, even if we can no longer support grand expansions. The Stargate, the twin moons, the barrier, the ruins in the mantle, there is much on this planet that was not formed naturally. Our Voyager fleets, having traversed to the far side of the planet, have even detected highly unusual terrain concealed behind the distant fog. There, the sea currents abruptly cut off, as though they had reached the end of the ocean. That is merely a hotbed that has long since cooled. The most important prehistoric relics lie in Ager heartlands. You know this, Madam Consul. The prehistoric ruins beneath the seabed are a gift from the ocean to Ager. They nurtured your civilization, and have granted you power and knowledge far beyond the terrestrial nations, and with them, responsibility. As you say, Dr. Calcit, responsibility. When did the land dwellers first start calling themselves human? When they lit the first fire with originium? Built their first city with stone and mud? On land, self-awareness and identity were established naturally over time. Even today, humanity is often defined in the narrowest terms. For the Ager, it was conferred. We were not the same race as the predecessors, but we inherited their identity as we inherited their mantle. Thus, Ager was born with a responsibility to humanity. The Seaborn will not compel us to abandon this duty. On the contrary, they add to its weight. You are indeed the right Consul Familiarium, Madam Consul. Where is this coming from? Your temperament. As Ager, you are patient and kind, but that does not diminish the arrogance in your thinking. That is to say, Ager's arrogance. I do not believe our conversations about the hole in the barrier, the ruins in the mantle, and even the future of civilization itself are merely small talk to lighten the mood. Just as I do not believe Ager will rely on passive solutions. After all, isn't Miliarium's department from its home territories a proactive effort to create a new line of defense? So my question is, Madam Consul, what is Ager's endgame for the waterway? I have already told Gladia Ager's answer, that which you would call arrogant. You have the right to know as well. There is much on this planet that was not formed naturally, and Ager does not believe they are unrelated. Be they wonders like the Stargate and the Twin Moons, or calamities like Originium and the Seaborn. These phenomena cannot be random products of spontaneity. They must be interconnected in some way. To solve the Seaborn problem at its source, and to stop Terra's crisis, we need to fully understand Terra, including the hidden secrets of the land. But those are for the future. If you simply seek my answer for what's at hand, my endgame for the waterway is to ensure that hundreds of thousands of Miliarium's inhabitants and tens of thousands of penal battalion troops in Grand Faro live to see Aega's main force arrive. Distress signal from the squadron tasked with beacon deployment at Nest 37.
You're sharp.
Saved me the effort of looking for you.
How much has 𝍊𝑋𝑼𝑎𝑚 told you of the waterway program?
Thought you'd care more about the hunters.
The tribunal has demonstrated their innocence, and they are not alone. Besides, Gladia's return to Aega and its conspiracies are of her own accord. Let's continue where we left off at the 𝍊𝑋𝑼𝑎𝑚. The war between Aega and the Seaborn has gone on for more than 2 centuries, but both sides have set their sights on dry land at almost simultaneously. The sudden migration of an entire species, and a change in direction for an entire nation. Perhaps, deep down, they stem from the same cause.
Sounds like you don't trust any of Aega's plans.
I know more than I've told Gladia. This extra knowledge forces me to be cautious about Aega's past and future actions. But it is too soon for her to know, and not your place to know at all. Our only concern for now is the waterway program. A path connecting the land and the sea. Neither that doctor nor the Inquisition fully trust in this, or else you would not be here. Clearing the seas with powerful weapons to buy time for the main force from the home territories to arrive. Aega's warfare design is always simple and effective. But there have been anomalies in the city that we cannot ignore.
I heard about a missing person.
That consul is a formidable woman. During 𝍊𝑋𝑼𝑎𝑚's voyage, she has culled many of the corrupted and thwarted their sabotages, while the 2 escorting legions have sustained far fewer losses than expected. Everything has gone well. Almost too well. Now, a staff member in the program has gone missing at the most crucial stage. This is just the beginning. I am looking into it, and will eliminate any potential threats. I can enter most places and evade the Sea Patrol's regular rounds with ease, but I fear the problem runs deeper. I would rather not barge into an important lab or the consul's pensivarium unless I have to.
You should work with Rhodes Island, Ulpianus. After all, we can help you move around the city. Aega sees you as a threat, don't they?
Rhodes Island wants to work with me. And watch me, I assume. So be it. One more thing. Skadi. If you truly care about the hunters, keep a close eye on her.
$156, 157. I've never seen a port this busy. Are things not going well on the front lines? You're still in the mood for music? Why not? Soon we might be too busy for it. There you are, Captain Gladia. You went to see Consul Clementia with Dr. Calcit right after the tribunal, right? How did it go? Well enough, but I was only there to make introductions. They had much to discuss, and I had no reason to stay. I did have a brief discussion with Clementia on the current plans for abyssal hunters, though. Aega's waterway will open soon. Until then, hunters will fight alongside the 2 legions accompanying 𝍊𝑋𝑼𝑎𝑚. See? I was right. Uh-huh. I'd rather be out there killing monsters than sit through another debate. So what's the mission and when do we move out? The command structure and battle plans are pending discussion with the Legion commanders. Skadi? Hey, that's the emergency alarm, right? What happened? A seaborne invasion? I'm Consul Gladia. Status report. Yes, ma'am. 2 squadrons from Legion X were sent to deploy the beacon at Nest 37 today as planned, but we just received a distress signal. They were attacked by Seaborn on the way. The Seaborn were prepared? Unclear. The situation is still developing. The Academy of Technology hasn't had time to produce a report. Are there any corvettes on standby in the port? Always. You can claim one by logging into the terminal. Thank you. Keep me posted about the squadron's coordinates. Once close enough, the Abyssal Hunters will disembark and swim into battle. Roger. Laurentina, with me. Skadi, you stay behind. Captain? Don't overthink it. The contact between land and sea is paramount. Calcit can't be in 2 places at once, so I need you to keep the doctor safe. This is an order. Received. That's... Laurentina's group is embarking for battle, but they just came back. It has something to do with the alarm. The fleet deploying the beacon at Nest 37 was attacked by Seaborn, and they're going out to help. You know the Abyssal Hunters? I do. We had a brief partnership on land, facing challenges and battling enemies together, including the Seaborn. That's impressive, given their temperament and fighting style. I'd go up and greet Consul Gladia myself if we weren't in the middle of an emergency. I haven't had the opportunity since they returned. Okay, there's an ad playing. I'm going to wait for it to finish up. Gives me a nice break. I'm getting a little hungry again, but that should pass. Hopefully. Ten more seconds. All right. There we go. Does everyone in Ager know the Hunters? Of course not. But I once worked with them, and even aspired to join them. Someone from your team said you used to be a researcher. My expertise in genetic engineering qualified me for the Abyssal Hunter program. I studied under the head of the project, who was also the first Abyssal Hunter. At the time, few were compatible, and even fewer successfully underwent the operation, but he and Gladia had already achieved spectacular results. Their most remarkable feat was a 3-day battle with the Seaborn in the hydrothermal vent that bought time for 2 energy survey cities to evacuate. The Seaborn evolved constantly. With the use of weapons strictly regulated, they were the safest and most effective countermeasure. I watched them leave and return every day. I watched them lie down in the regenerative gel, exhausted, waiting as I recorded the data, tested their functions, and repaired their bodies. Those were the costs of victory people could not see. I'm not entirely sure what motivated me at the time. But one day, I submitted an application to become a hunter to the Institute of Development Planning. I'd have done the same. What? I mean, I'd have wanted to apply myself. To see your mentor and everyone else risking their lives like that, nobody would want to feel they weren't doing enough. You seem fit enough, and as a researcher you're beyond familiar with the functions and combat style. Wait, then why didn't you? Because my application was rejected. But why? I didn't ask, and my mentor wouldn't have answered. So you joined the Sea Patrol instead? Because it's the unit that works most closely with the Hunters? Yes. And monitors them. The corvette is ready for you. All right. Sorry, Irene. I shouldn't have bored you with my past. It's fine. Back to work. As the fleet battles the Seaborn, we must also locate the missing scientists for answers. The Sea Patrol's objective remains unchanged. As for you, Irene, you're staying with us. Wait, what for? We won't be in the thick of battle, but it's still dangerous. It's the Sea Patrol's duty to keep you safe. I appreciate it, Prefector, but I'm good. I'm not afraid of the Seaborn. Every Inquisitor has Seaborn blood on their hands. Former Inquisitor, as I recall from your files. I appreciate your assistance during the investigation. Like I said, you're sharp and brave. But you didn't come to Aga to fight. Go back and stay with the other emissaries. Are you implying that the war between Aga and the Seaborn is beyond a land dweller's comprehension? Yes. Your concerns are justified, but trying to comprehend is why I'm here. There are many things I, as an Iberian, need to understand. Aga, the Seaborn, true war, and everything that's happening in the depths of the ocean. The land isn't far from here. Aga only has a single city in this region, but beyond it lies the entirety of Iberia. Don't worry, I don't intend to get myself killed at sea. Such maturity at your age. You must have a good mentor. From what I've heard, better than yours at least. Prepare a set of deep water equipment for Irene. Let's go. Okay. Time to win. This is looking good so far. I know just where to put the medic. And then we'll put Luto here to keep her close to Caper so that Caper can fire off quick shots. Then we need Irene.
I can do whatever I want, right?
And then perfect. Oh, they multiply. Interesting. Okay, now that we're in control, I'll retreat here. I'll place Jackie. And then Ethan here. Finally, retreat Myrtle. And place Xiaohe here. Okay. And it's just small fry for the rest of it? Yep. Nice! A nice easy victory. Audio log 13. Unknown language, unknown time. The reactor of a United Starline starship still burns so brightly. Since the atmosphere control center crashed, we've been shrouded in dull grey clouds. A radiant sight like this certainly lifts the spirit. To my pleasant surprise, Valeria was also on the starship. I discovered once she landed that she had come to bid farewell to her mother. Ever since joining the Stargate Modification Project, she has been completely absorbed in her duties. It was surprising to see her still concerned with worldly matters. If she still has a mind for such things, perhaps we might finally talk about that wedding that's been put on hold for the past 10 years. I soon dismissed that thought as foolish. The woman I once knew now stood before me like a stranger. I could no longer discern what she was thinking. Hang on. As she stood before her mother's life support pod, her expression was one I had never seen before. It was neither sorrow nor regret. It was envy. What could she possibly envy about her dying mother? Was it the peaceful release offered by the machine's simulated world? You're still here, Yordi. Everyone else has left. Sorry, I didn't know there would be a tribunal today. That's okay. The search logs. You've asked quite a few questions. How big is the ocean? Is it bigger than the land? By how much? Can Aegir cities float to the surface? How do the Aegir tell when it's day or night? Is this how you've been trying to understand Aegir? I fear it may confuse you even more. Mr. Avitus, I'm not sure why, but I feel really excited. In the Inquisition's nautical charts, the ocean extends only a few nautical miles from shore before giving way to unknown regions marked in greyish blue. In some areas, we couldn't even get near the shore. But your charts are so detailed. Geological features, energy pockets, local fauna and flora. There are so many pages, I don't even know where to start. The forests at the heart of the ocean, icebergs that never melt, thermal vents deep in the trenches. For a moment I thought that the land, the sea, and sky were all mine for the taking, that I simply needed to reach out. Like everything was made for me. Sorry, that sounds really arrogant, doesn't it? Quite the opposite, young man. It is but a most basic desire. But The young Aegir looks up and gazes at the coral-shaped terminal. Holographic images and words leap up and down, illuminating his soft eyes. I've been in Miliarium for a whole day now. But I can't handle your tech. I don't get your discussions, and I'm even lost with directions. The tribunal that just happened. I have no idea how you guys settled your disagreement. I did a search for 𝍊🋼🍰, the ship designer, who I thought was my ancestor. I saw his face, heard his voice, and looked at his designs. Is there really anything I have in common with him? Would his descendants really turn out to be someone like me? I couldn't find a single sign that says I belong here. Aegir is like a lighthouse, bright and tall. I always knew it existed, but when I finally followed its light and reached its base, why do I feel lost instead? 𝍊🋼🍰🍰. It's been many years since his name was last spoken. He was a remarkable man, even amongst the Aegir. He was the most talented designer in the Academy of Technology, but left everything behind to go ashore, right when his country needed him most. Even this city is connected to him, albeit in a somewhat unusual way. How so? It was through this city that he went on land. The Institute of Development Planning even tried to penalize a few consuls for trying to stop him. Well, for failing to stop him. Listen, Yordi. I cannot ascertain whether you are truly bound to him by blood, though such a connection holds little significance. What matters is that there can be no doubt that you are Aegar. I know I am, but how do I prove I belong here if I can't even trace my own heritage? A true Aegar needs no proof of that, but I understand. We all search for answers in the past. I'm no different. I can say with a straight face that I am one of Aegar's foremost authorities on prehistory. I firmly believe in the weight of history, and that it contains truths and patterns that will show us the way forward. But what if it's a way designed of destined destruction for Aegar? I'm sorry, what was that last part? Are you alright, 𝍊🼼? Huh? Did you say something, Doctor? Sorry, I was just thinking about shark and swordfish. They're probably worried about you. I'm not worried about them. They're strong. Nothing good ever happened to those around me, which is why I was always alone, until I joined Rhodes Island. Now it's happening again. I'm here. Thank you. Are you afraid that you'll bring disaster to the hunters? Maybe. But we hunters aren't afraid of the bad end we might bring to each other. Because we all share the same grim fate, we can trust each other with our lives. This time, though, it might not just be the hunters. I could bring disaster to all of Aegar. You won't. I believe in you. That's what Captain 𝍊🼼🍊 always said. He would explain our battle plans in great detail to everyone else. But with me, he simply said he believed in me. He believed I could complete my mission even if I couldn't memorize those complex strategies. And do you believe him? He was always so reliable and had an answer for everything. I remember the songs he wrote before battles. He said we could use them as codes to communicate because the Seaborn didn't understand music. But I just liked the songs. He had a great sense of direction, too. He could always lead us all back, even when we were lost in those maze-like nests. We could always count on him to point the way until the final battle. Yes. The 1st and 4th companies sacrificed themselves to clear a path, while the 2nd held off the Seaborn that were rushing back. Captain 𝍊🼼🍊 led the charge and soon arrived at the target, the core organ of the Firstborn. Then we lost his signal. I thought he was dead, so it fell to me to deal the killing blow. But he wasn't. Yeah, I don't know what happened that day. I still don't know why he didn't come back. And the more I don't know, the more I feel like I need to do something. Trust your warrior's instincts, 𝍊🼼🍊. Rush in with a whoosh, knock them down with a pow, and finish them with a thud. I remember. Arrived at target coordinates. We came as fast as we could, though not fast enough it seems. This is a graveyard. Giant shipwrecks and Seaborn remains lie entangled in a grotesque embrace. Pale flakes descend like snow. While some have given it a more romanticized name, marine snow, it does little to hide its cruel nature. Fragments of organic matter, both seaborne and human, the sweetness of blood and the stench of death, intensified by the cannon's lingering heat, spread with falling flakes. The abyssal hunter's strong sense of smell magnifies all of this, and Spectre cannot help but cover her nose. This shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, Shark. The fleet pins down the seaborne with superior numbers as the hunters flank and eliminate the swarm's core. We've used this tactic often. This is the same scene we see each time we leave their nest. I know. Perhaps we've spent too much time on land. It's not a pleasant thing to recall. 1 engineering mothership, 10 battleships, numerous smaller ships. The wreckage positions on the seabed indicate they stayed in formation. They were not taken by surprise. There are signs of gravitational distortion on nearby rocks. They tried to stop the seaborne using force fields. But the seaborne were faster. The ships weren't even able to form a crossfire. They fought with them in close quarters. Something's not right. What's the matter? This squadron's destination was Nest 37, but all the ships appear to be headed for Militarium. Besides, now that the squadron is destroyed, why haven't the Seaborne made their next move? Swordfish, let's go. All right, grab my hand. I did tell you to stay on the corvette. Deep water equipment may keep you from being crushed by the water pressure, but even the Aegir are at the mercy of ocean currents without proper training. I could use some help once you're done laughing. Imagine you're dancing with a rowdy partner. Counter her moves and find your balance. This is how you fight the currents. You're light. It shouldn't be hard for you. Don't look at me like that. I'll meet you up ahead. A broken lighting array. Trace amounts of organic tissue on the broken metal frame. Human and seaborne. Find anything. Some tissue that matches the sample provided by the Institute of Developmental Planning. It's Tulia. Militarium was parked here around 40 hours ago. Based on the location of the array, she had left from the circulation system's sewage exit at the edge of the city. But why did she leave? It's hard to reconstruct the scene with what's available. The currents have already washed away most of the clues. I'm afraid we won't find out if Tulia was a cultist with a grudge against the Waterway program, or what happened to her from here. This is 2 hours away by ship from Militarium's present location. Even with deep water equipment, she couldn't have swum back. Based on the remaining tissues, it seems she had encountered a seaborne. There's no way she could have survived. Right. A dead end. That's the direction the Abyssal Hunters went. The battle may be fiercer than expected. The Waterway program is in its final phase. Once Nest 37 has been located, we can clear the seaborne from this entire area and open up a waterway. This can't just be a coincidence. Could the incident with Tulia have something to do with the attack on the fleet? Or maybe her incident is just a red fin to distract the sea patrol. There is too many new uncertainties. As if everything's sucked into a giant vortex. Let's go back to the city for now.
Hard bank to port, full speed ahead. Go around that ridge and turn back. That should lose about a third of the seaborne on our tail. Sir, the seaborne have breached the hull. They're inside the ship. Keep the evasive maneuvers going, helmsman. We'll deal with the ones inside. Camouflage coating down to 10%. We'll be fully visible soon. Buy as much time as you can. Yes, sir.
Take care of the rest, Shark. Abyssal Hunters. Gladia.
I recognize you, ma'am. Have the other ships made it safely back to Miliarium, Madam Consul? Thank goodness. The more of our elites we save, the more strength we'll have for what's ahead.
Are you the commander of this vessel?
Yes, ma'am. We were ambushed. A large swarm of seaborne left their nests and appeared on the squadron's route, virtually unheard of in previous beacon deployments. We couldn't reveal our battle plans. We had to retreat. Our ship was the fastest in the fleet. The most logical tactic was for us to delay the seaborne while the main fleet retreated.
How many survivors are there on your ship?
26. Less than 1 in 10. Why the silence, Madam Consul? I see.
I'm sorry, Commander. Your ship and your 26 men are the only survivors. All seaborne inside the ship have been eliminated. There's no better way to tell you, so I'll make it brief. The 1,000 or so men whose retreat you were covering fell into an even bigger ambush. We happened to see your ship weaving through the complex terrain as we arrived. But what you couldn't have seen is the seaborne had you completely surrounded. You were just chasing your own tail in their trap.
We failed the mission, yet we were the ones who lived. The losses are much worse than expected.
But you did live. Lift your head, Ager. You and your men are just as much Ager's elites, and you will give your strength to what's ahead. For now, Laurentina and I will bring you back to the city. Whew. Voice log number 21. Unknown language, unknown time. Valeria has been back for half a month now, but I fear the package from Talos may never arrive. Those precious prototype technologies and biological specimens were lost, along with the civilian-grade environmental simulation unit I ordered. No notification, no incident report. The cosmos simply slammed the door in our faces without warning. Poor mother. She must endure the life pod a few days longer. This may be selfish, but I was the one to insist on bidding her farewell in a simulated environment. Until the moment she entered hibernation, she wanted to see her grandchildren. How could I tell her that the grandchildren she envisioned simply do not exist? No doubt, she still dwells in that glorious age where we journeyed among the stars. It's the only way she could see that continuing life doesn't just add to the pain. I chose Talos Union Industries products for their reliability. Mother's too sharp. If the simulation tech was even a generation older, she'd see right through it. I should have realized the risks of interstellar transport sooner. Valeria's leave is all used up. As she left, she was still talking about her grand mission, showing not a single sign of regret. I don't know if she was leaving her regrets behind, or never had any in the first place. One day, I too will sign my name on the consent form and shut down Mother's life pod. What brings you here? I came to see you. You've just undergone embryo separation surgery. The Institute of Facility Management should have allowed you to take time off to rest. The surgery is as non-invasive as it gets, you know. There's no need to rest that long. I can't tell whether you care more about me or the little fellow in the incubation chamber, Magister Avitus.
Of course I care about you. But any newborn in Aga, as it is, now deserves attention as well. After he's born, will you choose to raise him personally, or give him to the Institute of Incubation?
I don't think about that sort of thing. It's too far away, too distant.
I went to the hospital before I came here.
The hospital? Why?
You're aware of the battle yesterday, yes? Surely you've seen the news. 2 fleets and over 1,000 legionnaires went into battle, but only 26 returned. The waterway program is at a turning point, and Miliarium has endured its greatest sacrifice since its departure. There have also been quite a few abnormalities in the city as of late.
What is it you're trying to say?
The Sea Patrol are already looking for you, aren't they, Cassia? About that missing data scientist.
Magister Avitus? You know, of all the documents in your collection, the one I like most is The Death of Life, despite its lack of scholarly value.
I only ever found that diary by accident.
More than 300 years ago, 4 great researchers studying the prehistoric civilization made incredible discoveries in the Mantle ruins, bringing back countless precious technologies and data to Aga. Compared to all those blueprints and theoretical papers, a transcript of voice-recorded diary is hardly worth anything. And so it gathered dust in the Academy of Sciences databases, until, thanks to you and your curiosity, it was deciphered and turned into a popular reading material.
Merely the musings of an ordinary predecessor on his endless journey.
But I love the story of that predecessor. I enjoyed seeing reality through his eyes. How the connections between countless stars collapsed, how the trust between myriad races crumbled away. Goods were in short supply, technology was lost, philosophy and art fell silent. No matter how much hope and vision went into their great undertakings, they ultimately faded into silence, just like those nanomachines interred within the beacon tower.
Do you empathize with his despair, Cassia? You've never shown a trace of that emotion, though. You even chose to have a child born into a world that could face ruin at any moment. That isn't the choice of someone who's lost all hope.
I don't feel a shred of despair, really. The old-fashioned, dispirited middle-aged man. It's hard to imagine how I could empathize with him at all. I simply appreciated how, by borrowing from his past experiences, you ingeniously tore apart the magnificent facade covering the eyes of today's Aga. We must accept that the things and qualities we were once so proud of have no use now. Perhaps they have always been flawed, and this calamity merely exposed them. Once free of worry over survival, people will begin to consider value. We pray that our thoughts, our deeds, even our very existence will have value. Every one of Aega's systems is designed around unearthing that value within people. However, value is fragile. You need only look at it from another angle, and the mighty will become tiny, the hideous, the beautiful. It's a pity that, whether through apathy or inertia, people tend to not change viewpoints they are familiar with.
And so, people live on their immutable value. Were those values to crumble away, they would crumble alongside them.
Exactly. When did despair begin to blossom in you? Was it when Miliarium left the home territories, or even earlier after the passing of one close to you?
Cassia?
I'm merely grateful that you came to see me today. You reminded me that I still have things to do, and time runs short. I'm surprised you allowed such pessimism to spread in your city, Clementia. The Death of Life, a prehistoric diary collated and published by Avitus. The year it was released, it proved to be incredibly popular among the citizens. They wanted a peek into an unfamiliar life, a thirst born from boredom and idiocy. What you just said would be enough to trigger controversy in any nation on the land, Gladia. A tiny piece that implies exhaustion and despair with every line. It tells the story of how a once glorious civilization hit a dead end far more vividly than any raw data. And in today's Aega, can it really be considered an unfamiliar life? Aega might be the prehistoric civilization's heir, but that does not require its subservience. We need not condone the rise of exhaustion and despair. Aega stands unwavering due to its unbreakable rationality. It's our rationality that allows us to be aware of our possible destruction, perhaps even one of all humanity. Even those who have fallen, detestable as they are, at times make choices based on long-term examination and cautious reflection. You have personally executed no small number of cultists in your days in the legions, just as you had to personally execute any hunters who ran wild. You and I are both burdened with heavy duties that we cannot rely on sentimentality. Was it this rationality that led you to hastily throw the hunters into battle for the waterway program despite their recent return? Calcit, I invite you two to look at the beacon tower behind us. It was once an important component of the interstellar expedition our ancestors planned for. Within the tower lie countless nanomachines. The first Aega city to break through the electron cloud would have seeded them throughout the sea of stars. They would self-proliferate, self-repair, and connect together into an ever-bright road network. With this, our fleets would have been able to jump freely between the stars. After the outbreak of the Seaborn crisis, Aega turned its eyes from the stars, and the bioenergy system requiring support from a dozen or so cities was cut off. So you're saying that you created nanomachines that self-replicate and group together, and they run on bioenergy? Well, I don't want to presume anything. Obviously, we're not at the point where that is revealed. But I would say that sounds incredibly familiar. The nanomachines were incompatible with other energy sources, so after losing their specialized source, they all died within that tower. But our colleagues from the Academy of Technology have helped alter this tower to serve us in a different manner, by lighting our paths. Since Millenarium left the home territories, it has been continuously marking seaborne nests. Huge volumes of data are now compiled within that tower's control center. With the precise locations of these seaborne nests, our Class 4 weapons can destroy the primary nest in any targeted area of the ocean, driving away the occupying seaborne. This will clear a path of pure water leading back to the home territories, one that can support a waterway our main forces can pass through. Perhaps the seaborne will eventually regroup, but at the very least their accumulated nutrients will rot away in their absence, and any re-established nests will bear no fruit. You were lecturing us on the core concept of the waterway program, Madam Consul. Yes, I am, Doctor. The Abyssal Hunters only managed to save 26 lives in yesterday's battle. The Seaborne were clearly forewarned. Between the oceanic interior and the continental shelf, the city has been fighting them for far too long. They are now adapting to Class 3 weapons at a much faster rate. Nest 37's position is of particular import. It strangles the throat of the waterway. Abandoning it would mean stumbling at the final hurdle. This is our final battle before the waterway can be opened. We must gather all of the force we can bear as part of the program. The Abyssal Hunters are no exception, even if they have only just arrived home. Can the Aegir ensure their safe return? New combat teams are being formed as we speak. They will confront the Seaborne directly, and create an opportunity for the Hunters to enter the nest and deploy the beacon. But as you know, these are merely routine tactics. I am unable to offer a guarantee. In that case, I know what you are worried about. Be at ease. The Hunters are responsible for their own safety as well as the risks they face. As this is a joint decision by you two chief designers of warfare, I am unopposed, but I will not withdraw my objections. Claudia? An unbecoming sentimentality bubbles up in Clementia's throat. She wants to convey her guilt, her remorse, her regret. She wants to give Gladia one last hug, just like how she welcomed her back on her return. But she cannot. Gladia, Advisor Blunders has made preparations for your organic regeneration surgery. You should make your own before the procedure. Doña Irene. Yodi. You were gone for a whole day. I was investigating a few things with the Sea Patrol. I also went on a trip to the ocean. I didn't enjoy it very much, so don't ask. All right, then. What about you? What have you been up to? It's not unusual to feel some discomfort. Cheer up, Jodie. This is your homeland. Judging by your expression, you've already studied Breagan's daughter. The young Aegir somehow nods his head while also shaking it. I'm not 100% sure, but there seems to be no real relation between me and that great naval architect. Why does that matter? Uncle Tiago hoped I'd leave Gran Faro, leave Iberia, but he never told me where to go. I'm Aegir, so Aegir is the place I should be. But people need some sort of concrete connection, even just a name of some notes, to truly trace their family history. Arvitus said that even though the Seaborne crisis has been raging for over 200 years, Aga still has 100 or more cities comparable in size to Miliarium. If I'm not Breagan's descendant, then which city did my grandparents live in before they became islanders? Or was it one of the ones that's gone now? What kind of work did they do? How did they live? In the end, who were they? Sorry, you don't need to hear all this. You've just arrived here yourself, but you're already assisting the Sea Patrol with their investigation, while I'm just... You've got nerves of steel. I'm just an Iberian who can't do a thing here. Dr. Calcid is in charge of negotiations with the leader of this city, and the hunters have dived right back into their familiar battle. While my lantern and hand cannon aren't especially helpful right now, Aga will permit Liberi to look around its warships and ports, but will not allow her to join the legions to help fight against the Seaborn. I can't understand that sort of war. Down here in the depths, all I can do is investigate any abnormal activity within the city, in case it could jeopardize the cooperation between Iberia and Aga. Why are you telling me all this? My hometown was destroyed in a catastrophe, Geordie. I don't have many memories of it. The scripture I carry is the only connection with it I have left. It saved my life, and in doing became my guide, my faith. But when I saw the Inquisition's dungeons, climbed aboard the Stultifera Navis, witnessed my mentor's sacrifice, only then did I understand what faith was, accepted its weaknesses, found its meaning. You mean, I don't have nerves of steel, Geordie. I get lost and confused, too. Oh, what kind of voice am I doing? It's just that, more often than not, that confusion becomes a specific issue you have to resolve, one after another, as quickly as you can. Arresting the cultists, taking back the lighthouse invaded by the tides, finding a lost warship out at sea, aiding an ally in investigating a missing data scientist. The connection you're looking for can be anything, whether it's a hometown or faith. Keep looking, you'll find it. It may not be quick or easy, but you'll find it. Can I really do it? Can you not? You helped Iberia relight its final lighthouse, and saved 3 abyssal hunters. Didn't Laurentina tell you that that's enough to get a commendation from the consul herself? Whether it's as an Aga, or an Inquisition clerk, there are a lot of things you can do. Prefector, you're back to the city. But from the look on your face, I take it the investigation didn't go so well, did it? Lucilla, forgive me, I need to report on my progress to Consul Clementia. I'm not at liberty to divulge any details. Actually, I was looking for you. There's something I should have remembered back when you were explaining the situation to us. Nothing major, honestly, and it might not even help. But I felt like I had to tell you. Go on. You're the last researcher left. I'm really, really sorry. Can you give me one more hour? Caulerpa Arceus Feridium, Hypnea fenestralis, Halimenia fimbriatus, Palmaria purpureus, Sargassum pinnata. There's not too many left. I'll finish cataloguing them real quick. No need to rush, Julia. I'm just here for a routine inspection. You know who I am? We were in the same branch before the transfer assessment by the Institute of Developmental Planning. You might not remember me, though. Are you preparing to transport these seaweeds? This doesn't violate any protocols, does it? Calm down. This building's handover procedures are already complete. If you leave the samples and cultivation equipment behind, you'll end up having to pack them away in bulk. Thanks for the warning. But with all these seaweeds, how could you possibly take them all away at once? Now that it's close to land, 𝍊𝑋𝑼𝑎𝑚 will be undergoing targeted reformation. The city won't have the space or the resources to breed seaweeds. Yeah, I know. I'll take as much as I can. I'll think of something. Some way that won't inconvenience anyone. But the base by the volcano is already... That was once Aga's biggest endangered plants reserve. I saw it get swallowed up by the seaborn. These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest, yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Whether in bright, shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat sea floor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best they can. And they're as old as the ocean itself, pretty much this planet's living fossils. I'm no legionnaire, and I can't go fight the seaborn. These remaining seaweeds won't help us solve the seaborn problem either, but I can't just let them wither away in here. You really love your work, huh, Tulia? Don't you? My little handy sent over a loading module. Sorry, but I can't stay and chat. Do you need any help? No thanks, I'm fine. When did that happen? The day before the Institute of Ecological Art relocated. I don't know what happened to her after that, and I don't know if she thinks 𝍊𝑋𝑼𝑎𝑚 abandoned the volcanic power station and the plants reserve. But I can't imagine her doing anything bad because of it, because she's never abandoned anything herself. Tulia's residence had quite a few hydroponic tanks, but they'd been empty for a while. What you just told me might actually be significant, Lucilla. But if I may be so bold, why do you care so much about her affairs? From what I heard, you could hardly be considered friends. She has something I don't. Okay, I've said what I had to say. I'll be getting to work now, Prefecta. There's just been more and more happening lately. The maintenance required for the city's unit framework has multiplied several-fold, and I'm running out of ink as it is. Little handy. Prefecta Secunda. Obtain data on the city of 𝍊𝑋𝑼𝑎𝑚 from the Institute of Facility Management right away. Retrieve all locations suitable for enclosed hydroponics. Also, contact Irene. Tulia may have left other clues within the city. Ask her to meet me as soon as possible. Here we go. Price and sacrifice. What? Oh, I see. Oh, they're not going to be okay, hang on. How do I want to do this? Pause. Okay, since it's implied that these two are going to stop on these tiles for me to turn them into platforms, that makes this the final route, which means that on this tile I should place a wren facing this way.
I can do whatever I...
Oh wait, maybe I need pullers. No, they're moving on their own. But maybe rope could help. There's certainly no harm to that, right? Oh, never mind. Maybe there was some harm to that. Whoops.
No need to.
I didn't think they get pushed that much. Okay, so now we have a problem. This place is open. Okay, time to plan for that then. I guess I'll just place Luto here. $30, $31, $32. There shouldn't be any difficulty in this stage anyway. Ooh. Matrocellular nurse. Upon death, spits out a random sea monster with its significantly increased movement speed. I see. How should I do this? Okay, retreat you, place you here. Okay. Oops. Oh god. I didn't expect them to do that much damage. Alright. Okay, we have a nurse coming this way. Ethan goes here. Uh-oh. Okay, but looks like she is about to die. Can I save her? Nope. I was too late. Damn it. That's fun. Thought I would have cleared them by now. Guess it's one of those side stories. What do you mean? What do you mean you thought I would have cleared them by now? What is them? How are you doing? How have you been? The stages? I've been busy reading. There's a lot of reading in this, actually. Guess it's one of those side stories. I mean, yeah, just about every new one will be really long. If that's what you mean. Reassessing. Biological safety of operating theatre now at permitted levels. Surgery may begin at any time.
Hunters, just as before, you will be kept in a deep sleep during the automated surgery. I will also be manually repairing your outdated internal auto-adaptive junctions.
Congratulations, deciphered language. I'm not good at picking up on... I don't have a good brain for understanding what people mean unless they're not direct. Unless they are direct, rather. Unfortunately, that's one of the curses that I've been left with.
I will also be manually repairing your outdated internal auto-adaptive junctions.
This room is filled to the brim with specimens, and these lab tables are all rather familiar. How long has it been since we last laid down in such an environment?
5 years, Laurentina. I should really be waiting for your medulla replacement surgery to finish and your cell originium assimilation rate to stabilize before I handle any of your hunter-related issues. But time is short, and I have no choice but to restore you to stable condition to the best of my abilities. My apologies, Laurentina.
Sentimental as always. Ah, right, as usual.
A candle will be lit by your side, so our little mermaid won't look so pale while she sleeps. I've asked my staff to prepare it for you.
Well, decide to do a thing since you were bored? Oh! What did you do? If you don't mind me asking. You're allowed to not answer. I knew you'd remember. Please maintain a comfortable position and stay still while the regen gel fills. This isn't so different from back then, except there's a lot less hunters now. Clear a trench of scum. Close your eyes. Listen to some advisor prattle on, then sink into the regen gel and take a nap. Oh, you decided to check out how the brand new newbie start changed yet again and decided to make an account. You have an E2 5-star on the get-go. Well, it does provide you with those resources, right? Like, that's what it gives you. And once you wake up, all of the nauseating smells left on your body will be gone without a trace. While you were in the adverse, fickle environments of the land for long periods without care, your bodies became extremely unstable. The auto-adaptive junction can monitor your seaborne genes, but 5 years of wear can render even the most precise instruments dull. Moreover, your immune systems have also fallen into disorder thanks to their long struggle against the seaborne genes. I will do my best to restore you all to peak condition, but anything lost during these 5 years is out of my hands. Okay. Gladia, our reunion at the tribunal was less than cordial, so I would have liked for us to consider this our first meeting since your return. And lucky you got 2 6 stars. Ulpianus and... Or did you not even pull on... Reroll for the banner? But you haven't said a word since we started. Is there anything else you need to tell us in regards to the surgery, Blandus? If not, save it for after the procedure. We can discuss the changes we've felt over the past 5 years, as well as the changes you've felt. Did the newbie banner free 10? And who did you get? Got Blaze and Thorns? That's crazy. Please stay still. Anesthetic procedures will begin in 10 seconds. Well then, sweet dreams, hunters. Advisor Blandus, some things have come up that need your reconfirmation. Did I not say that once the operating theatre doors have closed, I would be mending the hunter's auto-adaptive junctions and must not be disturbed? Central Control has discovered some abnormalities. You should personally check them over just to be safe. Hold on then, I'll get the door. The monitoring units in the dome were performing an emergency scan. A concentration of algal biosignatures here. Thanks for informing me. Not a problem. Since you're already participating in Tullia's case, there's no reason to cut you out part way. A place where the dome and ground meet, this former experimental field for roadside coral. Though it can't compare to the specialized setups at the Institute of Ecological Art, it's much better for seaweed breeding than small-scale hydroponic tanks in a room. Whether it be in her nature or out of an ulterior motive, Tullia did not apply for authorization to use this space. She found it on her own, without telling anyone. Tullia. We can't say for sure if there is a church hideout here, or if Tullia is still within. In short, stay alert. Which 5-star will carry you to the mid-game? Is it one of your favorites? Okay. I have a few guesses. I think. No, not one of your favorites. Well, I doubt you will have been so boring as to use it on Amiya. So, that probably means that you used it on someone else. You like snipers. Or you tend to like snipers. Because you're asking me to guess, I'd assume that it could be someone I like. So, like Warmy or Firewatch? Probably neither of those. But those are my guesses. Hi, Hakini. How's it going? Luna! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, it was Spectre. Fair enough. I should have guessed based on the event. Hi, Luna! Luna May Arts. How was your stream, Luna? Did it go well? Team 1 has already formed a defensive perimeter around the neighborhood and will monitor the roads. Irene, go with Team 2. Enter via surface roads. As for the roads connecting the dome and the mezzanine, leave them to me. Stream is good. Played a bit of the LPP event. Tanika! Hi! Hello! I'm still on chapter 4 because I've been reading. As you can see, it has been a while. Got it. Move out. Who's there? Goodness, excuse me. Have you found something, Prefecta Secunda? Do you need reinforcements? Don't worry, you've been taking your time on reading too, since you want to absorb all the Ager lore. God, I fear when you get to unlock support. Yeah, no, it's pretty interesting so far. It's very it's very drawn out, I'd say. You'd hate to raid and go, but you need to rest up early. Of course. Please, if you need to sleep, if you need to go get some food, take a shower, anything, please go do that. I don't want to hold you back from taking care of yourself. I'll see you later, okay? Have a good night, Luna. Somebody blocks her path, or more precisely, prevents her from leaving. The one in her way lurks in the shadows formed by the angles of the buildings, their entire body blending into the darkness save their eyes that Secunda are all too familiar with. Stick to the plan. Secunda cuts her comms. It's been a while, Magister. Blandis, the weapons technology advisor for the Waterway program and an expert in Class 4 weapon and R&D, correct? You're not from the lab. No sudden moves. If the bristles of this long-beard, comb-toothed grass pierce your skin, you'll quickly fall into a tormented dream where you'll sense your consciousness being slowly torn apart. The variety used for euthanasia has been bred to be milder, but wild ones are still plenty cruel. Anyways, in an unrelated note, they changed the TR stages. Oh, did they? I wouldn't know. In what ways did they change them? You may look half dead, but I know for a fact you're the sort who really cares how they die. Church of the Deep? Don't you dare touch the anesthetized... This word. Anesthetized hunters. What an odd fellow. Even as your life is threatened, you think of them first. You may care for the hunters, but you've never trusted the Abyssal Hunter project itself. You question its rationale,
its damage to the nature of humanity, and all the sacrifice it requires. You took part in it, but only so you could personally control all the risks entailed. You experienced its demise firsthand, saw the extensive project interlinked with so many others come to a hasty end after an uncertain failure, so I doubt you'd want to send these survivors, freshly returned to Ager, back onto the battlefield. No, but you don't understand. What I do is only to protect them from further harm. So why not halt the procedure? Stop them from joining the Battle for the Waterway program. Overhauled the tile set to be similar to 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋 stage. The surgery is fully automated. I can't just stop it. Sever the oxygen pipeline below the operating table, and it'll cut the procedure short. Don't think we don't know that. 𝍊𝑋𝍊 is really stressful, even the stories. Yeah, no, it was pretty, I didn't get to finish the story of 𝍊𝑋𝍊 because I was still studying at the time, but it seemed really heavy. If you won't do it, we can do it for you. After you finish handling the hunters, advisor, come take a walk with us. Explain the principles behind Class 4 weapons, as well as how to shut them down. Stop! If the operation is forcibly terminated, the hunters will be irreversibly harmed. Scum. The researcher stops in his tracks. He dares not step forward, yet dares not move back, for a lance has pierced his torso, his blood dripping down its shaft. If you do not wish me to ram this straight through your chest, let go of your hand. What are you doing here? Don't ask pointless questions, Secunda. You're investigating 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋. Did you find anything? She is simply an ordinary data scientist who got caught up in this. She discovered something she shouldn't have. Attempted to warn the authorities, but failed. You were too slow. What she encountered has nothing to do with her past. The battle outside the city, the abnormalities within, the sea patrol staying uninvolved with the waterway program. You've noticed many oddities, yet at the same time your attention was so easily diverted. Legio. Insert Luna Mayart's raid message you forgot to copy. That's okay. Thank you for coming. Hi. Oh, thank you for the follow. It's much appreciated. I hope you enjoy it here. You mean Cassia? Precisely. You were once so focused and keen as well. So the day you decided to leave the Abyssal Hunter Lab to join the Sea Patrol, I believed you had reflected upon yourself and chosen a more suitable path. It seems that was not only the only time you have allowed emotion to cloud your decisions. Aside from your clothes, you haven't changed a bit in 5 years, especially not how you talk. Whether as a researcher or a hunter, you'd never refuse to hear a student's questions, but would refuse to answer if you thought the question itself was wrong. There are no worthless answers. Their worth lies in the questions. Questions are the most effective means of tempering your thoughts, and your questions were always most pointed, Secunda. Then there should be no fault with my original question. What are you doing here, 𝍊𝑋𝍊𝑋? This is the scene of a Sea Patrol investigation. A fugitive abyssal hunter like you should be laying down his anchor and making clear his position.
Gladia and the others have proven an effective force in the battle for the Waterway program, while despite also surviving, you chose to return to Miliarium like this. That's more than enough grounds to attack you.
The return will make the situation more volatile. Even through Tulia's case, it's clear that the so-called Waterway program is riddled with issues. Aga has learned nothing from the failure of the Abyssal Hunter project.
What are you going to do?
Prevent this nation from sliding into the abyss.
I'd say you're looking awfully like our enemy now, though.
Doubt me as you will, Secunda.
What's happening in there?
An ordinary Aga doing all she can, but Aga will no longer show her any respect.
Who are you? Irene. Ulpianus? Oh, thank you for the lurk intro. Hi. Nobody responds. The hunter has already faded into the shadows.
What the? Why aren't you asleep?
I'm not the only one. Hello. I suggest moving the hand carrying that whatever grass away from the advisor's neck. You... Ugh! A fair hand lightly grips the plant held by the researcher, its glistening tentacles struggling fiercely as they are nipped off one by one. I told you to move it away. The real researchers are in the instrument recycling room, probably injected with paralytics. They won't wake up for a while. I also took care of the goons in the corridor. Did you leave any alive for questioning? They won't die before the Sea Patrol takes them away, at least. Gladia, Laurentina, Skadi. Blandus stands in the center of the operating theater. The hunters step towards him, over the intruders lying flat on the ground. They do not lower their weapons. Not going to explain the trick you played with the regen gel, advisor? My dearest Blandus, just to be clear, we are no fortune tellers. Swordfish thought something was off from the start. We've undergone hundreds of surgeries. We've probably spent more time sleeping in gels than in our beds. You should know that even if the operation failed to restore us to our full potential, we would still have returned to the battlefield. As I told Ulpianus when he came to me, all I wanted was for the participants of this program to live like normal people again someday. I wished for my fellow people who'd come from all walks of life to have the chance to finally return to their former lives. Skadi could continue her life of wandering, hammering away at complex lighting arrays while taking pictures of the seabed nobody else would understand. Laurentina's skills could let her become the next shining star of the Institute of Physical Art. We could watch the graceful stars projected across the dome while she dances alongside the meteors in the Sophantheatrum. Or perhaps we would find her works on the street corners of each and every city. Flavius, the seaweed breeding technician, Nona, the songwriter, Lunia, the exotic organism researcher, and Celsus, the youngest ever scientific exploration fleet commander. We still remember the names of all these hunters, Gladia. We've both had our fill of sacrifice. This is far from the first time I've heard this little cliché of yours. Your feebleness and stupidity are already enough to earn you a death by my lance. Luckily for you, those church scum arrived at just the right time to save your hide. Are you saying their actions have coincidentally proven my innocence? That's not what I wanted, Gladia. What I must do will not change. Your innocence is of little relevance. My point was that by choosing to expose themselves now, risking everything to stop us hunters from rejoining the battle, and even holding an advisor hostage, all it shows is how effective the deployment of the waterway program has been. Blondus, Weapons Technology Advisor of the Waterway Program, abandon your little tricks, complete our surgery, then return to your original post. Clementia's orders are that once Nest 37 has been successfully marked, the Class 4 weapons are to immediately strike against all nests by the waterway. The Church is grasping at straws. As one can surmise from what those dregs were talking about earlier, they will not stop. The Abyssal Hunter Project no longer exists, Blondus. If sentimentality clouds your mind and renders you feeble, tear it out. Forget it. Gladia, you're the same as ever. No, even stricter with yourself. What I ask of myself has no bearing here. Just yesterday, out of 2 entire fleets, we were only able to save 26 people from the seaborne encirclement. Before we entered this old lab, I had just learned that those 26 legionnaires had already applied for positions in the newly drawn army. War is never ending, and no soldier can tear themselves away from the battlefield. That is all it is, nothing more. I keep slipping back into my boy voice, and I don't like it. Seaborn. Where Domin ground meet, an entire wall is covered in remodeled hydroponic tanks. Various species of seaweed grow wildly, and several large clusters have already begun to grow out of their tanks. Separated by a transparent wall, they face the gloomy seawater. A lone seaborn wanders about like a lost spirit. Its tentacles are tightly wound around a transparent container, and the rest of its body shakes and sways as it drags itself towards the tanks. This clumsy posture, as though it's unaccustomed to its body. Are you 𝍊🼼? 𝍊🼼. You can still speak. You still have your humanity. Tell me what happened to you. Left and returned. Data. Someone used. Waterway signal. I told her, but she... Told who? Ocean. Fall into ocean. City left. You. They're still here. So far. Give her some space, Irene. The seaborne cells have completely transformed her body. Her mind is near the point of no return. We've handled similar transformations. This stage in seaborne degeneration is extremely unstable. It's far beyond the point that we can provide palliative care. You sure took your time. I ran into something. We've been misled. Someone deliberately engendered suspicions regarding the scientist's past and her motives for joining the waterway program. It's led the investigation astray. You mean that woman from the Institute of Facility Management? That's right. Cassia. Once we're finished here, the Sea Patrol will inform the Institute of Facility Management and arrest her. 𝍊🼼 noticed occasional abnormalities in the signaling system and told a friend, possibly Cassia. She exposed herself to the Church. She'd have been chased towards the fringes of the city, where she fell into a drain and was carried out to sea by the city's circulatory system. Do you remember how we found pieces of biological tissue on our excursion outside? Crossing between 2 anchorage points without equipment is far beyond the limits of the human form. So in her desperation to return to the city, she ate that strange flesh. What's that she's holding? Plant nutrient fluid. Her consciousness should be gone by now. Don't tell me she returned to this city just for these seaweeds. These primitive seaweeds, are some of the simplest, yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Whether in bright, shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat sea floor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best they can. They're as old as the ocean itself, pretty much this planet's living fossils. The seaborn suddenly stops, as though it has just noticed something. Its tentacles recklessly thrash about, and the transparent container tumbles from its grasp, spilling nutrient fluid all over the floor. Biomonitor readings increasing rapidly. Her transformation is accelerating. Can I do this? Why did she suddenly stop? Did something happen? Irene walks in front of the seaborn. As she passes by the glass of the hydroponic tanks, she sees her own face. Yes, I believe she saw what she had become. A data scientist, yet also a woman as simple as the seaweeds she cultivates. She chose to stay, or perhaps knew that following the Institute of Ecological Art to another city would not truly have helped these seaweeds as they gradually lose their place out in the wild ocean. But now, she has become one of the pollutants threatening them herself. Irene closes her eyes. She never knew this Aga woman who loved seaweeds. She's only ever seen her image in the little handy. And now, before their first meeting, she's already become the seaborn she sees before her. Whether by rapier or hand cannon, she should end its life. I believe she can no longer answer our questions. It seems you're familiar with this sort of thing. I once heard a seaborn play a broken song aboard a ship. I apologize for underestimating you earlier, Irene. The land and the sea are connected. You may not have experienced the front lines of the seaborn conflict, but you've witnessed both what has changed and what has not, equal in their weight and cruelty. But for now, let me handle this. She is an Agar. Irene sees Secunda walk past her side, stopping in front of the seaborn. The expressionless prefecta places her shield between the seaborn and the wall covered in tanks, then raises her weapon at the once woman. Her journey ended, her home close at hand. This song. She chose this place to sleep. The seaborn collapses to the floor. The commander's shield blocks its spurting bodily fluids from entering the hydroponic tanks. The seaweeds sway, quietly respirating. I'm not happy anymore. I don't like that. Not at all.
Doctor, 陸で貴殿に会えて光栄です。我々は現在同じ戦いに身を置いています。それが召喚が今ここに立っている理由です。
Told you, Sea Stinky. Hi, Spiff. But I think I am going to end it here, because I have to go take a shower, and it's already 2 AM. I have work at 10 in the morning, so I don't exactly have much time. Did I hear about the next CN update? It did. It sounds pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to techno. Especially. Spiff? What's up, Spiff? Spiff? Is work far? No, it's not. In fact, I'll be working from home tomorrow. I have a job that luckily allows me to do that. But I do on Mondays and Tuesdays, which is why I stream Tuesday through Thursday. So that I have time in the morning. Anyway, let's see who I can find, shall I? You know, it's been a while since I raided 𝍊🋼🍊. Let's do that. Shall we? Alright. Head to here, refresh the page. Raid channel 𝍊🋼🍆. There we go. Start raid. I hope you all have a pleasant day in 𝍊🋼🍆's chat, and I'll see you all later. I hope you have a pleasant evening. Take care of yourselves, alright? I'll see you later.